Welcome in, everyone. It is so good to see all of you, and welcome to our next session. And the past rarely stays put. It rolls in its grave, pounding against the coffin you tried to bury it in. As the cracks begin to form, it starts to escape and slowly catches up to you. As K Corp grants amnesty and the managers manage to cross an enemy off their list, it seems fitting that such a fortunate turn of events comes with the implicit threat that they are beginning to stick their fingers into events that far exceed their knowledge and capability to handle, all the while trying to ignore the questions that loom and focus on the only thing within their control. Where will the next golden bough come from? How can they hope to get it back to the facility? How will they stay one step ahead of everything, trying to drag them back down into the ground where they should have been buried? You all are safely able to leave from K Corp without being impeded after your meeting with Alfonso. The RV is untouched, and Pascal is still in there.
Yeah.
I won't make you roll. Pascal has not been modified, and even if anything was attempted, both Yuna and Miix's failsafes have been installed. So just know that Pascal is all right, and managers, you may also begin this session with an additional point of sin. So you all can add a 4th sin point thanks to the affinity redeem. And as we all begin, and you introduce yourselves, what are your thoughts on the offer Alfonso left you with that Miix turned down? And K Corp's willingness to allow you back into their borders with little consequence? And Miix, we'll begin with you.
Well, what does Miix think of Miix's decision? That's a really good question. I think Miix. So hi everybody. I'm Miix. I am the person playing Miix, the head of the information department. Miix is very confused. I mean, more so than anyone, just the thought that someone could ensure a failsafe and predict something happening so many years ago is insane. I mean, the scale of that is crazy. And I think that, and also just running through their head is just thoughts of all these little details and memories, trying to piece together what their father had planned. You know, Miix just can't make neither heads nor tails of it. It doesn't make sense. Why would you leave a will like that? Why would you expect anyone to take that? I mean, what's the point of having any on if you don't even know who you are or what to do? Basic functions. You know, we're not talking about the loss of a couple years. We're talking about the loss of everything. How to eat, how to get dressed, how to walk, right? Sure, muscle memory could account for things, but education, the things you know, the friends you've made, all of that would be gone. Miix just doesn't understand what's the point of all that. What was his game? And so Miix is just taken aback. You know, they've kind of been deep in thought this entire time, finally just thinking about their past, who they are, what they've been through. Things that even the others don't know about. Guess we'll see where that leads them.
That we will. And who knows for sure what his intentions might be. As Merru, we go to you next.
Yes. Hello. I'm Merru Online. I play Merru. And as for how he's feeling about everything, I mean, he doesn't really understand, what's going on with, that will that was left behind for Miix. I mean, a crazy large sum of on does sound tempting, but I mean, given the consequences of that, it does make the most sense in his mind to turn something like that down. And it's just he can't begin to really comprehend what goes on with, nestborns and all of that stuff. So he's, I don't think he really, he thought about it, but I don't really think he's bothered much to try and, make sense of it all in his head. It's probably best for him to not try and do that, because he doesn't know what's going on. I think he's mostly just grateful that, they didn't get into more hot water with K Corp. So, I mean, I think he's feeling confused, but he's doing okay. He's fine.
Absolutely. And it's probably for the best you all are not in any hot water with K Corp anymore, or at least not that you are aware of. As Prior, we go to you and how you're feeling about that offer you all were given.
Hello everyone, I'm Prior and I play Manager Prior, and Prior thinks that it's fucking stupid. Nestborn shit sounds about right for everything he knows about them. Nestborn fathers will pre-plan wiping their daughters' memories decades instead of just going to play catch with them. It's just another symptom of the ills of the city. Miix's father is an enigma, and now potentially a threat in the future if his schemes are this wide-reaching and this all-encompassing, but Prior isn't particularly surprised. Just more rich people being rich bastards. Nothing new in the city, and nothing he hasn't seen under the sun.
Absolutely. And who knows what problems Miix's father could or might present going forwards. As Kai, we go to you and how you're handling all these revelations.
Hi, I'm Kai Calypso, playing Manager Kai. And Kai's feelings, being able to read over such a simple will did not make the page-long document any less confusing. He gets that it's an offer that nobody would or could take. It's as if it was created only to show Miix that their dad could rip such an opportunity away at a moment's notice, even post-mortem. He thinks that it was just a power play, and it clearly had something of an effect on her. I don't think that there's any blame that he puts on her for refusing such an offer. He wouldn't take it either, even if he doesn't, he doesn't know what Miix's past was, but I just can't imagine anyone being willing to start from the beginning just for the sake of having enough on to live forever.
Absolutely. And it's understandable that Kai has those feelings on it. And as the four of you head towards D Corp, Pascal is at the wheel. And all of you have had time to heal up. You can heal your sanity and your health both too full, as Kai's able to tend to all of you. And you're all welcome to do as you will. You have a little bit of downtime right now, actually. As far as you're aware, nobody is pursuing you at the moment.
No, that's a
Downtime.
fucking lie.
Yay.
Don't worry about it. So just have
yeah.
fun.
Pryor doesn't really have anything particular to do on the road trip. If nothing's interrupting him, he's probably in the back, wherever he set up his little workshop, and he's working away at whatever gadgetries or upgrades or engine refittings he's been trying to work on.
Absolutely. You're able to work on those and handle those. Merru, is there anything you in particular are up to?
He's probably chilling in the bathroom, aka his bedroom, on his tablet, because he's been trying to. There's an issue with his tablet, where his prosthetic, it's not like he'll tap the screen and nothing will happen, and it used to work. And he doesn't want to ask anyone to fix it for him.
It makes probably
So-
good.
No, he's gonna get it. It should be easy. So he's been when he said, "Oh, I'm gonna do like take more time to like relax." He's actually just been trying to figure that out. It hasn't been going super great. So he's probably in there trying to figure that out. Not really doing much more.
Absolutely.
Well, I do have one thing, Mr. DM.
Yes. What is it?
Oh God. Miix, I think if Kai is okay with it, Miix is actually going to look for Kai.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have anything else to do.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, Miix will approach Kai then. Where is Kai?
After healing, after patching everyone up, I can't presume that he's very busy. If Merru's not, is Merru in the kitchen?
Merru's in the bathroom right now.
Yeah.
Right, Merru's in the bathroom, right? Okay, so yeah, then Kai's probably sitting at their little booth thing that they have.
Yeah, Merru
Yeah.
currently is
Yeah, in the
struggling
kitchen area.
with
Right,
his
with the
tablet.
iPad. Yes.
Miix will walk over. Hey, Kai. Are you busy?
No. What's up?
I just wanted to talk with you. Honestly, I've been meaning to talk with you for a while now. Figured that
Okay.
now's as good a chance as any.
Sure. Do you want to sit down?
Yeah, sure. And Miix will sit. They squeeze their hands together, and they look nervous, but after taking a deep breath, they say, You've done really well, especially lately. Thank you for that. I know listening to me is different from listening to Pryor, but you listened, and I'm really grateful for that.
Sure. So did I do something wrong?
No, not at all. I just wanted to say that I appreciate that a lot. I know I haven't been very gracious towards you, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
I also wanted to talk to you about something that I've been meaning to talk to you about for a while now.
Okay, how long is a while?
Probably not too long after we first met.
That's a little disconcerting. Okay, I think Kai's little rhinophore is kind of what's the word that I'm looking for? When like a cat's concerned and their like ears go back a little bit. And he leans in and furrows his brows and goes, "Okay. Well, if you think now's the best time."
I think I should have told you a long time ago, honestly, but the sooner the better, and I can't keep waiting. I know you. I've known you for a lot longer than you think. I met you before we met at the facility, actually.
Okay. And?
You know, growing up as an Nestborn, I'd go to a lot of parties, you know. I sort of the heiress to my family. I kind of had to make appearances at places like those. And there was one that my father took me to. And I remember that when we were there, I was, you know, going around doing, you know, exploring like children do. It was this huge manor, and there were a lot of pretty things there, and I remember that place because you worked there.
I catered a party or two.
Yeah, I remember seeing you, and I was stunned. You know, when I was little, you like, I never seen other people that looked so pretty, and I thought you were really cool, and so I tried to see what you were doing, and then, you know, you were cleaning one of the rooms, I think, and while I was trying to take a peek in the hallway, I bumped over this little, like, I guess, the shelf, and there was a vase there, and it fell, and it shattered on the floor, And I immediately went into shock. I didn't know what to do. And then, as if out of nowhere, my father appears. And he immediately, the first thing he asks is what happened, because I looked upset. And I turn to him and I'm stuttering and I say, I didn't do it. The first thing I said is, I didn't do it. And my father looks at me and then looks at the shattered vase and says, and asks me, if I didn't do it, then who did? And I was just so scared and worried, and I didn't want him to be mad at me. And I remembered you, and then I said, he did. And my father was silent for a bit. He was silent for a while, and then he said that I was to think very carefully. That if I said that it was your fault, that action would have to be taken. Serious action. The vase was expensive after all. He asked me to think about it for a moment, and then he asked again who broke it, and I said it was your fault. This cold look in his face, on his face, and he left. Asked my father what happened. He said I was sorry, that it was my fault, and that I didn't mean to get you into trouble. And my father just looked at me and said that the owner of the manor would deal with it. No, in fact, he told me it had already been dealt with. It wasn't long after that I learned that you got kicked out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know that doesn't help, but I'm really sorry. I didn't.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, yeah.
Kai has gone through just about the entire spectrum of human emotion in the past 5 minutes. At first he thought that this was Miix weirdly confessing that she had a crush on him when she was a kid and he was 18. And then it took the left turn that it took, and his mind's racing right now. This is a lot. He's digging his nails into his palms. He's, his jaw is clenched. He's been looking down at the table and not at Miix for a while now. And after some breathing, why would you bring that up now, Miix?
Because you deserve to know. I know I should have told you sooner. I'm sorry.
Okay, Kai, his brow is furrowed and he smooths it out. He smooths out the crease with the pads of his fingers. Did you think I'd want to know the truth about that? I don't. Do you feel better now that you've confessed something like that? Why would you think I'd want to know that? Why would that need to be? Why would that help anything?
I'm sorry. I wanted to. I couldn't keep that to myself anymore.
Okay, so it was so you could feel better.
I didn't mean
You feel
to...
better? Now that you've admitted it?
I just thought it was the right thing to do.
Oh my god, do you really think that I blame some dumbass kid for ruining my life? Like, now that I know that it's some... You think I remembered you? I didn't know who that child... All I knew was that I didn't do something, and I got blamed for it, and yes, it did retroactively... It did end up ruining my life, but I don't... God, yeah, you made shit hard for me. I was the one who chose to destroy my body and any form of having a social life after, you ruined any chances for me to be a successful person. But, why on earth, if you ever wanted us to have any sort of working relationship, why would... God, honesty is not... This was entirely for your sake. You had to get that weight off your chest so bad that you didn't even consider that I'd rather not know that in the first place.
You think I don't know that? You think I don't know that you don't like me? Alright? It's fucking obvious that you don't like me. You treat me like shit! I get it, okay? Yeah, you're right. It was selfish. It was wrong. I don't care. I can't live like that. Okay? I can't keep carrying that. Sorry. I'll leave you alone. And Miix storms off, not even bothering to listen to any response.
Okay, Kai is in a state of shock. He had more to say, before Miix stormed. He's killed people for a whole lot less than this, but also, God, There's some part of him that is glad that it's been eating at her for as long as it has. But why did he have to tell her?
And Kai, what would you like to do now? Left alone?
There's only one quick and easy way to decompress a little bit after being having such a bomb dropped on him, because he knows that something else is going to come up soon, and he, for whatever reason, I guess, has to know that now. He is going to reach into a pocket of his coat jacket and pull out a little canister of Encafelin.
Absolutely.
down it if that's all right with you. All right, great.
You may. You
Um,
down the enkephalin, and I imagine there's this sort of calm that sets over.
It's just when his mind's not racing as much anymore. He understands that he's just gonna have to accept that there's another part of the story that he didn't know before. If he managed to get over some kid that he didn't know, then he'll probably be able to get over this too. There's just bigger shit to deal with right now.
Absolutely. You do know you are headed to yet another facility, and
Mhm.
what's in there, you're not sure. But
Kai will just put his head down on the table and try to think through everything, so at the very least his mind's not racing too much when they get to where they're going.
absolutely. And as you set your head down, Miix,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
where did you storm off to?
I was gonna say, yeah, I think Miix kind of storms off to, like, more towards the end of the RV, probably. A little, more isolated area. I think they kind of lean, maybe they go over to their bunks. Miix just plops down onto theirs. They just look down at the ground, hands kneading together, and they take a moment and just think. They think about what just happened. And they say, I'm trying. Okay? I'm trying. No. Okay, I tried to play things your way. I really tried. It hasn't worked. And it doesn't work. Stop. Don't look at me like that. I can't be like you. I can't be like you. I'm selfish. And I'm not brave, and I'm not. I can't be like you. And although he isn't really there at all, this is all in Miix's mind. Sitting on the same bed on the other side of, or rather on the farther end, is Faye. Just stares at Miix with this sad look on his face. And just grits their teeth. Just go away. I can't deal with. Just go away.
Faye doesn't say anything, Miix, but you see his form vanish before you, and all that's left behind are the butterflies.
Yeah.
Are there any other thoughts on your mind, Miix?
Miix doesn't have any thoughts, really. Just trying to ground themselves.
Absolutely. And on the other side of the RV, Prior,
Yes.
there is a sound.
Hello?
And
Okay. Yeah.
a loud
Prior.
crash. And please say what you're gonna say.
Yeah. In the moments he gets the warning, he is going to grab the nearest anchored object, which is probably his workbench, and he's going to yell, "Everyone, brace!"
And the moment you yell that, you all feel a loud crash from the back of the RV as if something has rammed into it. And Merru, I know you're in the bathroom. I imagine the tablet almost slips out of your hands.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Merru probably just like tosses it to the side. Who cares about the tablet? Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
Prior is going to burst out of his workshop in the little area in the back. He's got Lifer Daredevil on his back. He's heading towards the door. He's going to say, "Pascal, slam the brakes!"
At the moment you say that, the brakes slam and the entire RV kind of pitches forward before coming to a stop.
Everyone, weapons ready?
What the hell?
What's going on?
I don't know. We just got hit.
Hit.
Kid's not here.
Whatever it
What?
was, it intended to do us harm. And he points to the gift on the side of his cheek.
Oh, god damn it.
You hear, as you're all in here, there is the sound of, it sounds almost like someone has taken a bat, and there is another crash from behind the RV as you can hear multiple things smacking the back of it.
Shit. Prior's going to head towards the door. He looks and he sees that Miix is being quiet, and his eyes sharpen as he heads to the door and basically hits the lock and forces it open.
Absolutely. And this is what you see. The moment you exit the RV, there are at least 6 individuals, all dressed in hoodies. You can see that there is another vehicle, it looks like they were driving, that is parked right behind yours. And they're all wielding bats. And they have started basically busting up your backlights. You notice that the backlights of the RV are completely destroyed.
Oh, you motherfuckers.
And one of them...
Prior,
Oh, please go.
Prior takes the butt of nothing there and slams it against the side of the RV twice, making a big noise as they step outside.
Absolutely. They all turn to look at you. And
Prior opens his mouth as if to speak, and then turns to Miix and goes, "Are you gonna say something?"
Fuck. Miix, like, looks around. Fucking surrounded. All right, what do you want?
One of them, this one right here, right in front of you, gets up close in your face, Miix, and looks down at you and says, "Hey, you're breaking a taboo of D Corp here. You're driving without the proper service equipment. But if you pay up, we can give you some spare parts to fix your RV."
This is extortion.
Not extortion.
What the hell are you talking about? This is a scam. We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. You probably should back off.
They start to move in closer at that. As you can see them drawing near. And he says, "Well, we're not the ones in the vehicle with the broken back lights."
Yeah, Miix is still rattled from having just had their conversation with Kai. They recognize that they're floundering. They bite their lip and say, and like look at Pryor. "You have to. I can't."
Do everything around here. Pryor turns his back on Miix so they're not all facing one direction. And as he drops his foot to the ground, he suppresses the urge to look around and instead matches the eyes of one of the raiders and goes, "You think you're real clever. I admit, your offer is enticing. But let's consider for a moment the difference in gear between us. Maybe you might want to take a step back." And as Pryor does, he reaches out to the side towards Merru and snaps his fingers. As the three eyes of nothing there looks, Merru knows exactly what Pryor is telling him to do.
Yeah.
It's time to put on a little show to maybe get them to back off.
Yeah. Is Merru, can he use his out of combat function for his S3?
Absolutely. He can use his out of combat function for his skill free. Go right
Yay.
ahead.
Okay. And what is the challenge for this?
The challenge is the first thing you would do is you'd pop that skill free of yours. If you can put that in the chat.
Yes. Wait. Oh.
Yep, that's not the roll there. You get plus
Yes.
2 dice on your intimidation roll, and then you can make me a conviction intimidation at challenge 3.
I think I've asked this before. Can I use calmness instead of conviction?
Yes, you may use calmness instead of conviction.
Okay, cool. Just because I have the extra sin point too. I'll use that.
Yeah.
All right. 3. And sorry, remind me again. What was there a challenge? Sorry.
Challenge 3.
3. Okay.
4
It works.
successes.
Yeah. So Merru will he knows what Pryor wants. He was waiting for a moment to do that anyway. I think he'll step up beside Pryor, and as he raises magic bullet, you can start to see that like black smoke kind of start billowing up from underneath his feet. And it kind of surrounds like mostly him, but also sort of Pryor, because Pryor's like next to him. And there's that faint hint of the giant blue portal that starts to form behind him. And he doesn't say anything, but he does point his rifle directly at the raider that Pryor was talking to, and just stares them directly in the eye.
As you do so, that portal forming This raider right here kind of looks to the other two beside him and goes, I ain't fucking with that. And he turns to flee. And the one here kind of clutches his stomach, looks to you, Merru, grits his teeth, and also turns around and flees. The one right near you, Prior, who you were staring into the eyes of, kind of curses under his breath and says, this shit ain't worth it. And as the Free here see that portal that's formed around Merru, they sort of take some steps back and look at their boss like, boss, I don't think we should fuck with these guys. And the boss sort of just glares, and as he curls his hands tighter around the bat, you all hear the sound of footsteps as Free people run in.
As the D Corp people arrive, Miix drew her weapons, or still had her weapons drawn. So Prior is going to approach from behind Miix and very roughly grab her wrist and force her hand down and go, just hand this one over to me. You clearly need to clear your head. Hey, thank you for the assist. Appreciate you scaring off those raiders. I was wondering if you could help us. Seems that they busted up the back of our RV pretty bad.
Prior, you see that there are these Free people here. They all have arms that resemble that of a cockroach. And as they approach, they look to you and they say, yeah, we could take a look at it. See what we can do to help out.
Much appreciated. Actually, do you have somewhere safe we could park it? I'm not sure this street is the best place that we could do these repairs.
Oh.
My name's Prior, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Prior. My name's Ben, and Ben holds out a hand to you. Actually, Ben goes to hold out a hand, realizes the bug arm, and then kind of holds up the hand that's not the bug arm.
Prior effortlessly switches to his non-dominant hand to give them a firm handshake.
Absolutely.
Well, let's take it slow then. Miix, why don't you drive?
Fine. And Miix will climb back into the RV.
Prior lets out a deep breath and turns to the residents. He nods his head very curtly and lets his shoulders start to relax a little bit. All right, we'll take the vehicle slow behind you. Don't worry, we're used to navigating tight streets.
Sounds good. We'll lead the way to the settlement, and don't.
If any trouble comes up, we're more than capable of assisting you in return.
Much appreciated. Those raiders in the area have been causing problems for everyone. So, just doing what we can. But they were just trying to scare you with that taboo talk. We can get your RV fixed up. No problem once we're back safe.
All right, excellent. Right. And Prior will turn to Kai and Merru and give them a nod and say, all clear. Let's get back in and move out.
Absolutely. And do you all head back into the RV then?
Yeah, Merru will let the little his little barrier thing drop. and we'll head back in.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You
Kai follows
all-
behind the two of them.
Nice. And you all are able to head to the settlement. You follow their own vehicle, and you come across this. It looks rather dilapidated, the buildings around. There are houses that you figure keep them safe from the sweepers at night. You can see there's some light leaking from the windows that are visible. There's lots of trash heaped up around the area. And there are many people milling about this place. You notice that all of the people here have some sort of bug parts. It's either their arms resemble that of a cockroach's, or you see that they've got some like antennas sticking up out of their heads. I won't make any of you roll for this. You all recognize that this is old G Corp singularity stuff. I imagine all of you have... Now, actually, if any of you want to roll City Secrets or Backstreet Society or High Society, you can learn a little bit more, but I imagine all of you have some base knowledge about the Smoke War.
Yeah, a little bit of background, some small knowledge.
Yeah.
Would any of you like to roll for some more information, though?
Sure.
So it was High Society, City Secrets, or Backstreet Society, and then is there something else? Like, would it be one of those and...
Understanding.
Yeah, I'll roll for that.
Sure. What's the difficulty?
It is a scaling difficulty, so you would set it at 2 in this case, and for everyone over, you'll get more information.
Oh, I was gonna say I could give someone a bonus dice.
I'll
Oh.
take it.
I got both City Secrets and Backstreet Society. I just have lower understanding.
I'll
so.
take City Secrets.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
You know what? We'll reroll. Fun.
Would you like to spend a point of sanity to reroll? All right.
Yeah.
So, Pryor and Kai, you both got 3 successes for Backstreet Society understanding. So that's going to be a little bit different than what Miix learned, because Miix rolled City Secrets. You two know a little bit about the Smoke War and what became of the veterans of that war. You both are aware that after the Smoke War, a lot of the veterans were promised that they could move into the nests, but ended up not being allowed. In particular, K Corp and I Corp had promised them first priority, but that turned out to be a lie. So you have a feeling that a lot of the old G Corp members probably ended up here, considering it's right on the border of K Corp, and were denied entry into K Corp. And in your case, Miix, with City Secrets and free successes, you know a little bit regarding G Corp's singularity, old G Corp's rather, singularity. You know that those bug parts you see on these people here are a byproduct of that. And you know from the little you were able to find out about the Smoke War that it was a very, very brutal one. And that it's likely these people here, if they have those parts, have seen some shit, to put it bluntly. I would say that's kind of what you've all been able to piece together, where Miix, you know a bit more about, the singularity itself and the bug genetics. Pryor and Kai, you know a bit more about what became of the veterans afterward.
Makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Prior, puts his hand to his chin and goes, "Yeah, it makes sense. Yet again, the city discards everything it deems inferior, extracts its value, and then discards what it considers the waste. And yet still they thrive.
I'd
The
keep
forgotten.
an eye out.
For what? Do you expect to find an old G Corp branch still operating, perhaps with some managers running around?
I'm saying we can't trust everybody we meet, as that's been proven time and time again. There's got to be a
Betrayal?
catch.
Betrayal is the risk you take on when you decide that you need allies. And right now we're in unfamiliar territory with a busted set of backlights.
I'm not saying to antagonize them, I'm just saying shouldn't sleep with both eyes closed.
Well, that's something I can clearly do, only because I have a few more. Prior seems to have relaxed slightly from the hostility he had towards Miix a little bit ago. You can sense, Miix, that as Prior speaking to you, his shoulders have actually dropped a little more than they normally do, and his eyes are less pinpricked than they normally are as he gets dedicated to a singular task. Instead, he's looking around with the kind of awe that one might inspect an art gallery with. I like what I see. I mean, the buildings are shoddy, the defenses are lacking, and the trash is frankly criminal, but there's potential. I don't see blood, no signs of violence or scuffles, no syndicate markings, no signs of fixers passing through. Actually, Cinna,
Yes.
this is a weird question.
Oh.
Could I make like a intuition leadership roll to like get a vibe for what like the morale of this place is? Like what's like what as Prior's very, very good at like assessing groups of people and their rallying them to a cause. Can I kind of like vibe out what kind of like the general sort of like morale or the push or like the order of this place is?
Absolutely. Feel free to. I would put that at a challenge 2, where it scales and you'll get more information the higher you roll.
Wow, I'll spend another point sanity. I'm not too concerned.
Remember too, you have
All right,
4
well,
sin points this session.
Oh, I've already technically rolled, but may I spend a sin point?
You may.
All right, thank you for your mercy. Hold on, I'll just roll that as well, no,
Well-
wow, dice are not
Now
my friends
you
today.
finally
Wow.
understand how it feels every session.
But that is still
I'm not
3
bitter.
successes. And you all now get another sin point from Miso this time. So you all can now, if you've used a sin point, you can get an additional one. If you haven't used a sin point, you can add that to the ones you have at your disposal.
Yeah.
And with 3 successes, you're able, it's a little hard to get a full vibe of this place, but you're able to see the people here look to be fairly happy. It doesn't look like they seem afraid at all, or as if they feel that they are in danger. They're kind of milling about. You see that there's a couple people that seem to be playing some card game in one of the corners. There are some people who are cooking food together in one area. You can kind of see like an open tent area. There's people doing their laundry. It looks as if this is a thriving, almost safe settlement. And you can tell too, it doesn't look like, I mean, you're sure as whenever you have a group of people, and more than one person in a place. You're sure there's probably conflicts that go on here, but you don't see anyone beating each other up. You don't see anyone screaming at each other or anything like that. It looks like everyone in this area right now is doing pretty well for themselves. And that they all seem to be fairly happy despite the poor in terms of quality conditions of the place.
Miix is not. Miix has a bad feeling. Like they said earlier, they're not gonna openly antagonize these people, but like, come on, like in the city, in the Backstreets.
Oh, I will say this was information Pryor learned that he can deem to share with.
Oh yeah, but I
No.
assume Miix sees Pryor looking around and kind of
Yeah.
like muttering to himself.
No, that's
Yeah.
fair. That's even regardless of that. I should clarify.
Yeah.
Because like,
Pryor does regard Mix's frankly paranoia with like a passive like apathy for a moment before he simply straightens his back and goes, "Not everywhere where there is potential looks like the nest, Miix. Look at these people. They struggle, and yet they find purchase. They've begun something. Now they might not be able to finish it, but yes. You know, it'd be easy enough to shore up these defenses. You'd want to install a watchtower. Would be too obvious, but the roofs already have a natural slant to it. You could easily build. Yes, it would give you authority over the. And as Pryor continues to mutter to himself, he like looks around and goes, "A place like this must be protected. This is fertile ground for something good to grow here. But it will need strength. It will need strength, and strength comes from preparation, and it comes from being able to nurture those capable of becoming
right,
stronger."
right. I get it. You don't gotta whisper it in my ear.
If you all would excuse me, actually, I think I'm going to get to work. It seems like the kind of place that needs an guiding hand.
What?
You! Pryor kind of like walks by Miix. He goes, "I'm noticing that there's some issues over there. That building, its left wall is collapsing under its weight. It could easily be shored up. Do you have anyone here who's sufficient with tools? Anyone who's..."
She looks around like she's looking if you're talking to her, and then says, yeah, she's pretty good with tools, and runs over to grab one of the other residents and is like, Leah, come on. He's apparently looking for people that have tools. And they both kind of run over to you, Pryor, and flock around
right.
you.
Let's get to work, everyone. I'm going to need everyone who's sufficient in carpentry, bricklaying, repairs. Anyone here do electrical? Come on, let's get to work, everyone. And you know what? I'm just gonna, I really hope, please dice, don't screw me over here. I'm going back down to 3 sin points, but now this is Pryor's element. There we go.
6 successes.
No, you know what? Hold on.
Yup.
9
There we go.
successes. Pryor, you've drawn the interest of a bunch of people in this area. There is a group of them that look like they're playing some game. It says J&J on it. And they kind of like look up, and then they put down their stuff for a moment. They're like, oh, we can continue after. As they kind of go over to see what all the fuss is about and what's happening.
Yeah. Pryor's voice carries above the mass like, okay, good. We have a good division. Now we're going to need to work together. I'm seeing raiders in the area, and if we want to be careful about that, I'm seeing some open space there. We were able to drive our RV right through the entryway. You're probably going to want a way to defend yourself against this. Now, the thing about pike laying is it was originally designed to stop a cavalry charge, but The problem with vehicles is they're bigger, they're heavier. If you're going to want to defeat them, and Pryor will just begin his defensive advice has this strange, almost antiquated, like constant reference to things that perhaps are before these people's time, but his knowledge of defensive construction is exceptional, and given the opportunity, he will very quickly send people out to get the supplies, get the tools. Pryor basically built their L Corp facility up as the sole contractor in the facility, and he's going to quickly take command unless someone stops him.
As you're doing so, and some of them are rushing around to carry out what has been said, a couple of them look to you and say, "Oh, we should bring you back to go meet Noah. She's gonna want to meet you if you're here. She'd honestly probably really appreciate the advice for starting to work on things."
Pryor looks like he hadn't even considered the idea that there was someone already leading this community for a moment before he sort of blinks a few times and goes, "Right, of course. I'd be honored to meet them. I'd love to discuss this. We can figure out a strategy. We are visitors, after all."
Yeah, this isn't our home.
Well, doesn't mean we can't make it a home for others.
It's not our home.
They kind of you can see them sort of shuffle awkwardly as they can tell there's some sort of tension between the two of you.
Pryor turns and smiles and he goes, "Don't worry. I surround myself with people as competent, frankly, if not more so sometimes, than myself. After all, conflict, the clashing of ideas, that is how the strongest idea, the one who is able to dominate, rises to the surface. Don't be concerned.
Oh,
Now, everyone, you have a job to do. Let's get to work."
Yeah, and they all hop to work with the jobs you have given them, except for a single one of them, who says, "Right, and I should bring you to go meet her, shouldn't I?"
Let's do exactly that. And
Yeah, we'll go with you for now.
You want to lead the way, Miix?
Yeah. I'll be quiet.
Pryor will step out of the way, and there's a spark in his eye that wasn't there before. Like this encounter has raised his spine back into alignment, and he doesn't really regard Miix's words with anything more than the tiniest twitch of the side of his mouth as he lets Miix take the lead.
Absolutely. And you are all led into one of the tents. And you see in there is a couple people that are... It looks like they're doing laundry right now, and among them is this woman here.
Whoa.
Who you see has one of those bug arms, like the rest of them do. She also has a scarf on, and in addition to that, you see that there's a necklace around her neck. And she says, "Good work, all of you. Hopefully we'll have everything done before nighttime falls." And she turns when this one right here runs in and says, Noah, there's some guests. I don't think they're from D Corp." "Oh?" And she looks toward the four of you.
Yes,
Pryor.
hello.
Yeah, Pryor looks at
Nice to
Miix.
meet you.
It's good to meet you too. She'll step forward and extend her hand, that's not the bug arm, to you, Miix.
Miix will look and take the hand without hesitation.
She shakes it, and you notice she has a very... It's not as if she's trying to intimidate you. You can just tell she naturally has a very rough grip, if that makes sense. There's strength behind her hold as she gives you a smile and she says, welcome to our little settlement here. Is there anything we can all do for you? I've just been making sure all our chores for today are getting done.
Well, to be honest, your people helped us out when we were in a tight bind. We're grateful, but we probably won't linger for too long. We have places to get to.
Of course. You weren't given trouble by those raiders in the area, were you? I know they've been harassing some of our people as of late, and we've been trying to drive them off when we see them. Been going after newcomers in the area, too.
Yes, unfortunately, they did manage to damage our RV, but from what I'm told, you people can help us with that, so...
Oh, yeah, no, of course. Do you already have anyone on that? Or, and Noah looks and whispers something, or doesn't whisper really, but just says something to this woman here like, can you go get Frederick and Viola and get them on that? And she nods and says, yep, and waves to all of you and says, bye, as she runs out. And these two here are just kind of watching you both with curiosity. They're not really saying anything, but they're just kind of clearly looking up from their work to occasionally glance over at the four of you.
We won't impose upon you too long. Like I said, we have our own places to go. Do you know how long the repairs will take?
Shouldn't take too long. How bad's the damage?
Miix
Full
will
busted taillight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Prior speaks up because he's as the craftsman of the group. They busted the taillights up pretty bad. They also rammed into the back of the RV, probably with some kind of a trap. It's mostly superficial damage, but we're gonna want to remove the back plating and make sure that none of the electronics are messed up. If I were doing it myself with my own two hands, it would take me a while. Many hands make short work, but in the meanwhile, we are, of course, honored to repay the favor. I hope you don't mind, Noah. Noah, correct?
Yep, Noah's my name. I should actually... Oh, gosh. Forgot my manners. I should ask the four of you your names.
No worries at all. Prior. Mercenary, among many other titles. I'll let my compatriots introduce themselves.
Miix.
Merru. Hello.
She waves.
Right. Oh. Yeah.
And looks
he
over.
He sort of prior would normally let Kai introduce himself, but he suddenly remembers something and sort of jumping in before Kai, he actually goes, I should actually bring it up for a moment. I hope you don't mind that I may have disrupted your chore setting. The second I got into camp, I noticed that there were some pretty significant flaws in the front gate defense system. Not of course, an issue that I would fault to any kind of ill preparation, just I'm very, very, very storied in having to defend small, centralized locations from encroaching external threats, let's call it. I made some recommendations and already sent a couple people to work. I've begun drafting up some plans, actually, and Prior has actually pulls out a couple loose leaves of paper that he had been scrawling with pen on for a moment.
Not.
He looks back. Not what? Repay the favor? They are graciously allowing us to stay.
What?
Right,
We still need, and Miix looks over at Kai.
No. Yes. My manners. Kai. Sorry.
Hi. Nice to meet you. My name's Kai. I work with rest of everyone else here. I don't know exactly how I can be useful to you for the time that we're here, but thanks for having us. Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course, Kai. Nice to meet you too. And Prior, Noah looks back at you. This will be quite helpful. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I want to improve this place's defenses as best we can.
Good. I like it. You have a pretty strong base here. You have a good variety of talents. Of course, people often find that defending a single centralized location is hard. You do have a lot of side streets that lead into this place, but that's good, actually. You see, people often don't question when a thing is too good when they have an objective in mind. You can set yourself up like a web. You all can be, I mean this with no ulterior statements, an insect catching your prey who comes in. The raiders, they're gonna have to come from one of three directions, but you have, and he sort of points up ahead, all these defunct poles and electrical wirings hanging overhead. If we can incorporate that into your defensive strategy, you can strike from an angle most people don't know how to fight from, down from above.
Oh. Her eyes open at that and kind of widen with interest as she says, "You know a lot about military strategies, it seems."
Yeah. Military implies you have a large army that you expect to clash with another large army. I'm more into asymmetrical warfare. The asymmetry being the complete and utter crushing of one's opposition. And
You
the
also love
insurance.
listening to your voice. I'm sorry, we won't honestly have much time to help you all out. Miix says, interrupting Prior.
No, honestly, I appreciate hearing all this. If we can fortify our defenses, use those roots to our advantage, and none offense taken, she kind of waves her arm around and says, "I'm used to getting looks for it, so..."
Yeah,
I think that's a...
points at the three. Yeah, Prior points at the three eyes on the side of his face and goes, "Trust me, you're in company of people who are sometimes used to getting odd looks."
I imagine so, as she kind of looks around at all of you and notices all your own traits, though she doesn't and hasn't commented on them. You all imagine she probably presumes them to be the result of a singularity, not unlike her own. But yes, that would be great if we could start drafting things, and... Right,
Prior sort of puts his hand to his chin, and he's clearly thinking if there's anything else he can offer. He has completely turned like his shoulder off towards Miix. Mix's words, perhaps in a more insulting way, he's kind of tuned Miix out, like completely. Like Mix's words like bounced off the back of his head. They did not appear to have entered his ear, and if they upset him in any way, that does not play out on his expression at all. And he goes, "But I don't know what to do about the supply lines."
She's looking over it, and she says, "I mean, I suppose we usually send out people to forage."
Actually, I know, Merru's been kind of quiet, I know. But he's kind of been taking everything in while everyone was talking. 'Cause, like, I mean, he's not really the most trusting of strangers, but in some weird way, this place sort of reminds him a little bit of home, I guess. Back with his old pack and the neighborhood watch and all of that. So I think he feels a little bit more, like, at ease, I guess, here. Especially now that they've run off the raiders for now. So I think, it's not that he's paying attention to what the others were really saying, but I think he kind of, as he hears the word, like, supply and forage, there's, like a light bulb that kind of goes off in his head. And I think he'll he'll go to like walk up to say something, and then he's not good with strangers. So I think he'll kind of look over at Pryor and then kind of like reach out and like tug on his arm for a second and be like, Pryor.
Forgive me for a moment. I am actually... You know what? Pryor actually turns around and says, I think we're good to disperse if either of you have anywhere else you need to be. He sort of looks between Miix and Kai and says, we're here for a few hours regardless, probably, minimum. Forgive me a moment. And Pryor walks over to a couple steps off to Merru, just to the side of the tent, and he'll lower his voice slightly and go, what can I do you for?
And he kind of glances around and he just goes, I need your help with something. I had a thought, I guess. This place, it reminded me a bit of something I used to do back at home. Like we, back with the watch and stuff, we didn't really, like, obviously have much, but sometimes, I was able to, like, trade with people, because they knew that I did, like, street food and stuff. And sometimes people in the area would bring me things that they knew I needed, and then I would give them things, like, food, I guess, that if I had anything to give. And we, and he kind of pauses and he goes, we have things in the RV. Like, I know what things we normally eat, things that you guys will eat. And because I've been keeping track of everything, there's some stuff we don't really use that much. I don't want it to go to waste. So I was thinking, it would be good for me, well, us, if we, like, could offload the food and stuff we don't really use much, and then make them give us things like other food, like their food, or like recipes or something. Because I could always, like, use more ways to better use our rations, in our, ingredients to food, that we have. It can make things more efficient for the cooking. So talk to them for me. I don't want to do it. You're, like, good at making randos listen to you, and I'm not, so.
Not a bad strategy, actually. That's a very good strategy. Excellent instinct, Merru.
Well.
We have... Your recipes are always calorie, vitamin, survivalist rich. For building up the basis of this encampment, a lot of our supplies are easily sourced, and you have the knowledge and wherewithal to not only supplement the resources we can trade with them, but teach them how to use them efficiently. It'll provide a good background if they want to continue to expand this place. And in return, we get our own food, supplies, and a few new home-cooked meals from Merru. I don't consider that to be a poor exchange in the least. I'll bring it up. Give me a moment. Pryor will nod and pat Merru twice on the shoulder, as he turns back around and walks up to Noah. He sort of offhandedly cracks his knuckles a few times as he clears his throat and goes, actually, speaking of those supply lines,
Yes. Noah looks up from the papers that I imagine you had given her those papers before, and it looks like she's already started reading over them as she looks back up at you.
You know what? The dice have not been kind to me today, but I'm still going to roll again because you know what? Even though you haven't made me, Pryor's really good at crafting strategy. Could I roll an understanding craft? It's a bit weird. I guess craft wouldn't really be. Would craft be the skill for, like? Well, no. It would be for, like, forging defensive traps and, like, strategies and things. I think that would fall under craft.
Yeah, I think you could absolutely do that role.
All right, good. And I'm spending another sin point because I want to make this. Listen, I haven't had a chance to remind myself that Prior is actually really good at this.
4 successes.
I've got sanity to burn. I'm the Prior. All right, well, 4 successes is still pretty dang good. But yes, Prior has, like, the plans are pretty well drafted.
Yeah. With 4 successes, these are, if you're looking to see how well your plans are drafted, they're good. They're solid. They'll definitely help them out. And there's not any glaring flaw. They're not like the best plans ever, but sometimes you don't need something overly complex if you have something that works and that
Prior's not working with like great resource management here. Like, he could probably develop something more complex if he was working with more complex supplies, but I'd say they're pretty good for what he's working with.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. You're very limited on what you're working with here, and for what you're working with, those are some damn good plans.
But he will come back over, and as he speaks, he goes, all right, we actually have an exchange. We are obviously a long-haul group, you can imagine. We've been traveling through quite a while and quite a place, and our survivalist has managed to accumulate quite the collection of not only high-energy, high-calorie, easy-to-prepare meals, and the recipes to perform them, but also the knowledge of how to not only scavenge for them, but how to cultivate and keep the food supply. We'd be happy to perform an exchange here. You probably have your own culinary expertise. If you're willing, we'd be happy to exchange our own knowledge and basis for your own. Make it equitable.
Oh, she nods at that and says, that would be great, honestly. We're always in need of some new meals, and we've got some, stuck in D Corp here. We've got some supplies, hopefully, that you all can make use of. I'd actually love to meet your survivalist. And she kind of looks around at all of you and, hi, Miix. As she's looking around, because I know you two are still standing around there, do any of you do anything?
Yeah, Miix looks pretty upset, honestly, just having been completely ignored and kind of left to just sit there by Prior and the others. And Miix just mutters quickly under her breath, I'll go back to the RV, and just turns. And as they're turning, their tail whips and smacks Prior on the back, and it kind of hurts. And they just kind of storm off.
A quick question. Actually, does Miix intend to do that?
Yes.
Oh, Miix intending harm, because if so, something will happen.
Oh, absolutely. Feel free.
Prior, you do hear this right before the tail hits.
Yeah, you know what?
Goodbye.
You know what?
Three successes. Miix, can you roll a... I imagine it would be a physique brawl.
Physique brawl. Sure, why not? We'll even do a little push because I have an excess of sin. I'm sorry, Prior. I don't mean to do this. Sure, why not? Yeah, that I think that big. I'm not gonna use willpower here.
1 success. So, Miix's tail...
Miix's tail whips around to hit Prior in the back, and with surprising grace, Prior steps forward a quarter step. it's a surprisingly casual evasion. It's almost callous in the fact that Pryor seems to move on like pure instinct, and as it whips through the air, he just scoffs and just goes, "Enjoy your walk. It seems you need to cool off."
Fuck you!
Pryor's three eyes follow Miix out of the room, and as he turns back to Noah, he smiles and goes, "Apologies. Not everyone in our group is as well adjusted to seeing people actually manage to thrive. And not everyone is seemingly as dedicated to providing a helping hand to them. But she is a good person. Just don't tell her I said that. Don't want her getting a big head."
Noah just kind of, lets out a soft laugh and says, it's all right. Sometimes there's, even among your group, sometimes there's little issues that arise. I'm sure it'll all be okay.
Well, either way, let's allow me to make that introduction. Merru, our survivalist.
Yeah, I think while this has been happening, even with that whole exchange, Merru's been like kind of like slowly like sidestepping, like inching kind of closer, to get into the conversation, even though he didn't want to start the conversation, but he wanted to be in it. So I think when his name is said, he is suddenly next to Pryor, and he just he gives a small kind of awkward wave with his prosthetic hand, and he goes, "Hello again."
Hello. She looks to you and waves back to you with the non-bug arm.
Like he was saying, I can cook well, and I do foraging and stuff. I was a street rat. I know how to like do this stuff. And you can tell he's like really like not good at explaining himself, but he kind of points a little behind him. He goes, "I have things I can give you, food and stuff, and I can show you how to cook certain things if you can do the same for me. I'm a good cook, a really good cook. Everyone can tell you that, so it'll be good."
Oh. There's kind of like a playful look in her eyes as she looks to you, Merru, nods, and looks to Pryor at once and goes, "And is he a good cook?" And Claire's not her trying to like insult you, it's more just like her joking with him about that.
Right. As has been said, we are only going to be here for a few hours, so I hate to cut pleasantries because I can sense a kinship between us as leaders, but let's all get down to brass tacks. I think that we can do good things here. There's potential. Great potential. And I think you have the capacity to lead them. Let's collaborate in the time we have.
Absolutely. I'd appreciate that a lot, and I admit, I'm not the chef among us here. Actually, if you'd both like to follow me, and she'll start heading towards a different tent in the area. The two here kind of wave to you both. And do you both follow her?
With his head held high, Pryor steps out of the tent, looks at all these people, and he feels that in his chest, that not adrenaline, that rush, that feeling of life that just comes from seeing a group of people and knowing he can make a difference, and actually being able to do it for once. He can help here. And the thorns on his head loosen for the first time in a while, as he gets the sense that he, just a little bit, can make up for a lot.
Absolutely. And as you feel them loosen, Kai, you see that Noah is leading Prior and Merru away. Do you decide to go wander off on your own in the camp?
I was going to ask if I could do that, yes.
Absolutely. Kai, you're able to wander away as you see that little group going off on their own. And Noah leads you all to an area where you see there are these two residents that seem to be cooking something together. And she says, these here are Clove and Sebastian. And if you're curious about what sort of recipes, ingredients, and food we've got, they're the two to talk to.
Pleasure to meet you both. Well, Merru. Shall we? Oh, I say we. Let's be clear. You take the lead. I'll be here to support you if you need it. You're gonna make a difference in this place, you know? They're gonna start looking at you like they look at me.
I don't know if I want. Well, okay.
This is Merru, our survivalist and the best damn chef I've ever had. The luxury of having. You all are going to learn a lot from him, so listen to what he says, obey his rules of the kitchen, and keep your ears open.
Nice to meet you, Merru. Clove waves at you.
Merru will wave back and say, you too. But yes, I can help you. I guess we can get started. I guess with like a check of your supplies and all of that, and then we can work with what we have.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I mean, right now we're working on some soup, but we've also got some other stuff around. We found some apples actually a couple of days ago that were still good. There's these berries we found too. The rest of the plant is poisonous, but the berries themselves are edible. So you gotta be really careful in picking them. We've got some canned food sitting around. And we made some new bread as of late, just the other day. I mean, it's not as warm as it was then, but...
Oh, okay. And I think Merru, he'll take out his tablet and he'll start like typing up with his biological hand, start typing up little notes in his tablet the best he can. They're not great notes, but they are certainly an attempt at notes. And I guess he'll start going over with them just some recipes that he knows and stuff like that. I don't know if we really need to get super deep into it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, you're able to exchange some recipes with them. They're sort of nodding and they're taking their own notes. And they're able to... Basically, you're able to exchange some food and some notes with them. As Noah probably just looks to you, Prior, and says, well, I should probably get back to checking up on everyone around here, but I hope you're... Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there, but...
No. Prior just goes, yeah, as Noah goes to leave, Prior does like nod his head and go, don't worry, I can handle things from here. Thank you for letting me into your community. I'll do what I can to help keep these people safe.
It's appreciated. And I'm always doing what I can to as well. And Noah will turn and leave the tent as you're all able to discuss some ingredients and get some new supplies. So Merru, you'll have some new recipes for new food to make.
Yay!
And as you two are able to have your conversation here, we'll go to Kai and see what he's up to.
Quick, can I insert one detail as that ends, Mr. DM?
Absolutely.
I will say Miix is like in the distance, kind of just watching. They won't say anything, but they're just kind of observing what's going on. A furrowed brow. And yeah, that's it.
Absolutely. And as you're observing, Kai, what have you been up to as you're walking around?
Kai, it seems like Merru and Prior had a lot to discuss with Noah, and he's just not the leadership type, so he figured maybe he could make himself useful elsewhere, and, like, exploring this little camp. If all of them have deemed it safe and they were rescued by them, it's not like it could go that horribly wrong as long as he stays, near the tents. So I think he's just been, peeking in and trying to stay out of people's way.
Absolutely. As you're peeking in, Kai, you notice in one of the tents, there is someone laying on a bed, and it looks like they're being tended to by someone else. And you can tell the one tending to them looks very stressed. You've had your fair share of, patching up the other managers and caring for the other managers when they've been injured, as well as, I imagine, your agents and clerks. And you can see here that whatever's going on, it doesn't look like it's going well.
Kai will gingerly step in and raise a hand with a little wave and say, hi, sorry, I'm not from here, but I do have a good bit of medical experience. I could take a look.
Oh, hello. She kind of turns to look at you, Kai, and waves and says, yeah, I'd really appreciate that. I'm not quite sure how to help her. And do you enter in, Kai?
Yes. I suppose while he's, of course, yeah, he'll nod at her and step in. Before he goes in to examine the patient, I guess, just the basic questions. Is this, when you say that you don't know how to help her, are these recent injuries, or is it, is there something lodged inside of her, or what, what are you dealing with right now?
I'm not sure. I mean, she's been injured for a while. I've been trying to patch her up, but each time I do, she keeps getting a worse infection. And I'm just not sure what the best thing to do is. I'm using all the medical equipment we have here to try to see what works, but there's not a lot of stuff we have, and And you can see the woman on the bed. She looks like she is in very bad shape, Kai. She's coughing a little. Her skin is very pale.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. I'm so sorry to hear that things have been going so badly. He will step forward and, because of the bad shape that this woman is in, very carefully examine his patient with a trained eye. And I think when he sees just how bad that infection is, you know, he'll assess the medical supplies, but it's not all too, as long as there's alcohol and gauze, I think he can do a pretty okay job.
There is.
Yes. Getting to work patching her up. I presume I will have to roll for such.
Yes, if you could make me, it's going to be a challenge for understanding medicine, and you can use... I'll say your specialty does not imply, because this isn't a major injury. It's more of a infection here. Unless you'd like to try to argue for it. I will give you that option, but...
I wasn't going to, but if you're offering the fact that you've mentioned that she's like feverish and it's like been a while like this, I don't know. I think an infection is a major injury, especially if it's getting worse every time, as per your own words.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Okay.
Also,
thank you.
Because if the resident has at least one dot of medicine, they could help Kai if they've offered.
They do. Yes, you can add an extra dice because this resident can help you out. She'll actually introduce herself and she'll say, I'm Juliet, by the way.
Juliet. Nice to meet you. My name is Kai. Yeah, I know you've been doing the best that you can. There is no shame in, you know, not being able to do everything, perform miracles. I'm also going to use a sin point with this patient. I'm trying to do a good roll. Come on, man. Hang on, I'm going to willpower that. I mean, I know that it still passes, but okay.
9 success crit.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I know. Don't be worried about not being able to perform miracles. Kai says, performing a miracle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Kai, you're working with very little here. But you're basically a miracle worker with a 9 success crit. This woman looks so much better, and you are confident that you have solved whatever the issue is.
Oh, sorry, was there more?
No, just like, she's healed. She's healed. You're able to stop the infection. I mean, obviously it's gonna take her like a couple days to like fully get better and stuff. But like, you've done the kind of work that most doctors cannot do. Like, you basically walked in here and it'd be the equivalent of having like a doctor from the nest taking care of them. As she kind of even sits up and she's like, I'm feeling better? She kind of looks surprised at like the wounds that have been patched up here.
Knowing how much that they all need to make a good impression, not that he wouldn't have patched her up anyway, I mean, what else is there to do? But, I think he will go out of his way to be a bit more polite and generous seeming. He'll politely smile at her and he'll say, you will probably still need a, week or so of majorly just bed rest. I think a big problem that you seem to have struggled with, based on how bad your infections were, where you need to stop digging inside of your gauze and your bandage, and people that are changing them out need to wash their hands before they do so.
Both of the girls kind of look away a little embarrassed as she says, I mean, the water's really limited, so... And the other girl says, it was itchy.
Okay, well, if you don't want to have... I am optimistic that you will be good as new in no time. You can, if you absolutely need to, you can let it breathe a little bit if it's itchy. You really cannot scratch underneath your gauze. You cannot get gauze wet. You cannot touch any of this without washing your hands beforehand. As Kai is explaining all of this, he's putting the medical supplies back into the first aid kit, which he almost knocks over, and clumsily catches in his hands before placing it back on.
They both kind of watch that, but they don't say anything, considering you just healed for a 9 success crit. But as you're stumbling, the patient here, she does say, thank you. Really, I appreciate it so much. I really do. I don't know what I would have done without you here.
Don't worry about it. I don't mean to nag. I'm better at the doctor thing than the niceties, but I am glad that you will be making a full recovery soon. I know, where I'm from, there was a lot more to work with, and I do think, Juliet, for what you had, that you did the best that you could. Change those wraps every day, no exceptions. Avoid getting the gauze wet. Those fevers from fighting infection probably left her more bedridden than the original injuries, if I had to guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. Juliet nods to you and says, I'll make sure they get changed and don't get wet and all of that.
Kai coughs into his hand a bit awkwardly. Okay. Take care. Thanks for letting me take a look. And he will bow his head to the two of them and wander out of the medical tent if there isn't anything else that Juliet needs him for.
Absolutely. She will not stop you. She'll just wave to you with a smile, and you can just sort of, hear them talking to each other as you leave. And it sounds like she is very relieved that her friend is okay. And Caius, you head out of the tent.
Mr. DM,
Yes.
once again, I would like to add a little detail. Same as before, Miix is just kind of watching from a distance. Still deep in thought, but just lots and lots of thoughts going on through their head.
Yeah. And
Now, I
Miix.
will say... Oh, sorry. Sorry to
No.
interrupt.
What were you going to say?
I was gonna say, I think if some time has passed, I will say Miix is actually going to go do something farther towards the outskirts of the settlement.
Absolutely. Yeah, if Miix would like to do something, she is more than welcome to.
Yeah, so Miix, they are doing something that isn't like typical. They have kind of not so much where they are, isolating from everyone else, but more so they are towards the outskirts, or the edges of this sort of settlement, and they are doing what looks to be like some sort of just training, actually, as they punch through the air and do a couple of kicks. It's just exercises, really, sort of shadow boxing esque. They've taken off their most of their gear since, although they don't like to admit it, there's not much of a threat here. Really, all they're wearing is their tie, their dress shirt, which has been untucked. Well, their gear is still within
Yes, I was gonna
arm's
check. Are you
reach.
still wearing your ego gear?
It is still within arm's reach. It's there. It's just just so that they aren't constantly tripping over their coat. But yes, it is right next to them because they don't feel completely. But yeah, that is what they're doing.
Absolutely. You are able to train for a bit, and as you are, you hear the sound of footsteps approach.
Yeah, as soon as Miix hears that, immediately flourishes, grabs their coat, puts it on within seconds and draws Solemn Lament. Completely not taken aback. There is some they are not here to fuck around. If someone's trying to sneak up on them, they are going to shoot as soon as they see them.
Absolutely. As you draw Solemn Lament at once, the person in front of you sort of puts her hands up as you see the leader, Noah, come into view, approaching you on the outskirts of this encampment. And she says, "You've kept your distance. I imagine you're a long way from home."
Miix pauses, kind of sizes Noah up and down, and then holsters Solemn Lament. I'm sorry, is there something that you need from me? Miix says, and then kind of looks with a polite nod.
She just shakes her head and she says, "No, I just wanted to check on you is all. You're,
I'm fine. I'm sure you have other things that you need to do," Miix says, very much trying to shut it down, although I'm sure it's not very convincing towards her.
She kind of just smiles at that and she says, "Well, I mean, everyone here is pretty good at taking care of all they need to do, and your one companion, Prior, he's got everyone pretty busy with all those chores they want to take care of. It seems Merru's been fitting right in with the chefs here, and I heard Juliet and Rosaline talking about Kai, I believe. I don't know if I assume it was the other one, because they didn't say his name. They probably didn't ask for it, knowing those two and how they can be, but I imagine given they were saying some newcomer in camp with scars and these weird little ears came in and helped them out, that he did so.
Right. And you came to check up on me because you hadn't heard anything?
I was just worried if you were holding up all right, and her smile kind of drops a little and you can see the concern. And you remember, Miix, how you had stormed out before on Prior.
Oh, Miix is only this whole well too aware. I apologize for you having seen that, but I'm not one of your people. You don't have to fawn over me.
I know you're not one of us, and I wouldn't ask you to stay here and be one of us, but I'm still gonna try to help out visitors when we can.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna drop the pretense. You're gonna help people? Really?
Well, why not?
Why not? Have you been here and for the last, I don't know how many years? It's the city. All right, this place isn't... The things you see out there, the things people do. You survived a war, right? So, I'm sorry but you'll have to forgive me for asking you. Does nobody else understand?
Ah. Yes, I know the city quite well. I fought in the Smoke War, which... I don't want to presume your age, but... She kind of looks at you, Miix, and... You can see that she has quite a few years on you, you imagine, as she says, I can't imagine you were very old when it happened about a decade ago.
No, and I wasn't anywhere near it, but my point is that this world, this settlement, how it's the only way something like this can even be born is through convenience, right? Don't try and tell me that you all just decided to help each other out of the goodness of your heart.
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing if something's born out of convenience. After the Smoke War, she kind of just smiles at you, and you can tell she's being very patient, almost, as she lets you say that. And she just nods her head and says, after the Smoke War, a lot of us were left stranded here with nowhere to go. You see this bug arm here? And she kind of... It twitches a little as she holds it up, and she says, I signed up for the augmentation procedure, not fully knowing the consequences. I was younger then, more foolish then, doing what I could to survive, scrounging for odd and scraps where I could, when I saw the flyers and the magazines, and that man on them. He wasn't a man though, was he? He was pretty much just a kid then. Most of us here, we fought on the front lines. We're lucky to have survived. I Corp and K Corp both promised us veterans we'd be given first priority moving into their nests. But that was a lie. The Smoke War ended. We were made to forget some of what we saw. We were left with these. She looks down to the arm. This started as a place of convenience, but for those of us cast out, we had to look after each other, you know? It might have begun like that, but it's been a long time now. And we were able to form those bonds, preserve, and I'd say do pretty well for ourselves. I don't think we could have if we didn't, you know? Even if it just started because we needed a safe place and we were all victims of the same war. I've grown to know everyone here. Juliet, she's been working hard to become better as a doctor. And she might mess up a lot, but she's really kept people in here okay. Clove and Sebastian, those two love cooking and always making new recipes, and they sometimes butt heads in the kitchen over things and arguing with one another, but I've watched the both of them grow. Everyone in this settlement has their own things they're good at, and even those who don't or who are trying to learn, we're still gonna look out for them. Because you can't learn if you're never taught.
Right. Okay. So, what? You survive on goodwill, idealism? Ideals can only get you so far. All right? Don't talk to me like I don't have any idea of what reality's like. Sure. Okay. Let's say you guys have all gotten close. There's always going to be that moment where everything falls apart. All right? There's always going to be that moment where everything goes to shit. The only things that you can really trust are your own abilities. This place isn't gonna last. It just isn't. Alright? You're just deluding yourselves in some sort of fake dream. The amount of times I've seen people like you spout their ideals, say they want to be kind and be better to everyone. It doesn't work. All right? It just doesn't. And I don't know why you're all bothering to lie to yourselves about it. Because, you know what I see? I see people who will be taken advantage of. People who will, if one thing goes wrong, the whole thing collapses. It doesn't work. It doesn't. And you know what? You can keep doing that, but I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for this, because you know what? It's you might think you're doing each other a service, but it's far crueler to take away someone's hope than to have none at all. And that's gonna bite you in the ass. It is. You're gonna think that you have it all figured out, and then immediately everything you think you knew was right is gonna be ripped away. I'm not wrong.
It could be ripped away at any moment. Wings will fall. Our old wing did fall. You never know what the next day is gonna bring. And you know, it's not as if this place can last forever. It's not as if any place can. But we're at least going to keep trying to last another day. And we're gonna keep trying to survive.
Another
And,
day? Stop saying that. Stop. Another day this, another day that. It doesn't work. There's only today. Yesterday's already happened, and tomorrow doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. The only thing you can live for is now.
She kind of blinks at that and then says, and then live for the now. And live to keep surviving.
I you do what you want. But I don't believe in any of this. It's not real. If you don't want to listen to me, then fine. Just not. I don't. I learned a long time ago that this stuff doesn't work.
There's a little bit of, how to put it, at the saying of a long time ago, there's that kind of almost like soft look in someone's gaze when they're looking at someone much younger than them who's still learning. As she says, I feel like you have much more ahead of you.
Just I don't know anymore. I don't know. Okay, just
But I'm gonna keep
I'm
this
sure
place going. As long as I can, and I'm gonna keep the people here safe. As long as I can.
do what you will. I can't control you, so.
And
Miix kind of just stands there in awkward silence, and then they just shake their head.
Yeah, she simply looks you up and down, Miix, and says, I can see I can't say anything to convince you, but I hope my words reach you before it's too late. As she turns around and heads back into the settlement.
Miix just watches. They no, not again, not again. They are pushing something down. It feels like when you're on the brink of throwing up and you just manage to choke it down. Because the time for that, it's too late. You don't have that chance anymore to do or to say. It's deep down inside, they don't have that chance. And Miix just stares off into the distance and is silent.
And Miix, as you stare off into the distance, I think this is a great place for us to call an intermission. We will be back in 15 minutes. I hope to see you all then, and I hope you're all excited for what is in store. Welcome back, everyone! And thank you all for sticking around. And so, the four arrived into D Corp from K Corp, and as they entered in, were attacked by some rats on the street who tried to extort them after damaging their vehicle. They ended up meeting some residents of D Corp who were veterans of the Smoke War and who led them back to their settlement, where they met their leader, Noah, and were able to get acquainted with the people here. And now, night is beginning to fall. It's still a bit light out, and of course there's housing for when the sweepers would arrive, but there's still quite some time until then. And as you're all milling about, Noah will actually come up to you all and say, the vehicle is all repaired, it looks like, and should be good to go, but I wanted to let you all know we're gonna be having a feast tonight, if any of you'd like to join us.
Prior sort of looks a little taken aback. He's he's been hard at work all day, but he does smile, or almost smile in that strange way Prior always almost smiles, and then nods his head and goes, well, it would be, I think, unbecoming of us to leave without a proper send-off. Plus, it's almost dark at this point, so best to stay where there's shelter and security, I think. We're not in... Prior looks like he, in reality, just doesn't want to leave before he finishes up shoring the defenses. But he does pause for a long moment and goes, but this isn't my decision to make unilaterally. I would be in favor of staying, but I suppose the rest of you should have a chance to chime in as well.
We should go. But Miix kind of just takes a deep breath. That's just my vote.
I think Merru thinks about it for a second, and like he knows that like they have a job to do and stuff like that, but then he thinks that like one meal that they could have here is one less meal that he has to make. So I think after a bit of thinking, he'll nod and say, I mean, if we've already spent a little bit of time here, I don't see what the harm is in spending just a little bit more time.
I mean,
it's getting dark, so
just for a meal, I think we, if we're already acquainting ourselves with this community, it couldn't hurt to socialize more.
All right, well, that's 3 votes in favor, 1 vote against. I'm not going to completely put the weight of everything, though. Prior does actually lower his voice and say, Miix, do you have any really strong reasons as to why we shouldn't stay?
I have been outvoted. It's fine. Miix says, and it might come as a bit of surprise that despite everything, despite all of their whining and shouting and screaming, they still choose to relent in this specific aspect.
God, I fucking love democracy. Why didn't I use this shit years ago? Prior mutters to himself as he turns back around, and as he does, he crosses his arms and nods and goes, "It's decided. We'll stay for the celebration."
Absolutely. Well, we'd love to have you. And I forgot to mention before, but you all do, because of affinity, gain another sin point. So you all can add an extra sin point. And
Oh my god. Oh, I've spent a lot of sanity this session. I'm not going to worry about that. That's a later problem. Sorry, I just looked at my
And everyone is milling about at the feast. It looks like you can see that there's a bunch of people getting into groups that have their food. They're all chatting with each other. Some of the people you all recognize from before, some of the people are unfamiliar to you. It looks like the group that was playing J&J has started up their game again, and you have a feeling you probably shouldn't interrupt them during their session. But there's just a bunch of people spread out all around.
You know, the thing about J&J, everyone's playing the newest edition. Like, I think it's the 5th one or something. I'm just going to say the first was the best. Like, back then there were real restrictions and death was just a real constant thing. I just feel the newer rules are just, you know, they weren't how they were originally designed to be played, you know? What, am I the only person here who's played J&J?
I have no idea what that is.
Oh my goodness. Well, actually, you know what? While we're here, we actually have an advantage I had only recently thought about. These people have been in D Corp for a while, a considerable amount of time. Perhaps this is an opportunity to gather some more information on what we're looking for. Maybe they've heard some rumors, or they know something about the facility. I mean, according to our contact scanner, it's in the area, but locals probably know more about it than we do.
I mean, no
Sure.
harm in asking. I think.
Good.
Can we
Okay.
talk before that?
No, of course. Briar claps twice and kind of makes the huddle in gesture.
Can we really trust these people?
Huh?
I asked if we can really trust these
No,
people.
I heard you.
Have you... Well, hold on. Let's not jump to a conclusion. Miix, have you discovered or seen anything that has you suspicious? Let's actually take a look at the evidence. We shouldn't dismiss any concern out of hand until we've properly assessed it. We've made that
It's
mistake
just my
before.
gut feeling. A place like this in the middle of the Backstreets? You don't think that's a little suspicious?
What's that supposed to mean?
Saying it's too good to be true.
Nests are so safe and organized because they have the advantage of resources and a large number of strong people protecting them. These people are war vets. Most of them, even the ones who seem like normal civilians, have combat augmentation specifically designed for warfare. And in my estimation, Noah is no pushover. It makes perfect sense that they'd be able to hold and secure this area. I haven't seen any designs, or rather to say, I have not been keeping a closed eye while working on their defenses. They really were inadequate. This isn't the case of some secret, well-fortified location being hidden as an encampment. This is a group of hardened survivalists who have tried their best to reinforce the area. I have been vigilant for signs that there's something more than meets the eye here, but I have seen nothing, Miix. I think, personally, from the moment we've entered, you might have some reservations over the fact that people have managed to organize themselves into some place that could be secure. I have seen places like this before. It's not impossible for them to exist.
But it's unlikely, especially like this.
Everything's unlikely until it happens.
That doesn't...
If you had asked me what are the chances that a random Backstreets city would be visited by a group of 4 wielding ex-L Corp employees, I would say pretty minimal. It happened anyway. We cannot assume that there is something more than meets the eye simply because something unlikely happens. It's a reason to be cautious, and you have been very cautious, Miix. But a gut feeling is no basis for anyone to make a decision on.
I think
No.
Merru, he kind of had a bit of a frustrated look on his face. But he does think back a little bit to before, with himself, and he's like, just to be clear, it is just a gut feeling.
Yes. I'm not saying that places like these don't exist, and I know full well why the nests and Backstreets are so different. It's because of that. They have less they can afford to give, and yet these people give freely. I am not unaware of the dangers of a place like this. That's why I'm suspicious. People
Okay.
here have to work twice, maybe even 3 times as hard to live every day.
I am well aware of that, Miix. And suddenly the age in Pryor's eyes becomes very apparent, and he goes, I ran a community like this. It is strength that allows these people to be generous, and it is only because they have not encountered someone stronger with more dedication and force to wiping them out. They have the advantage of power, because in this city, power determines whether or not you're able to keep yourself safe. So far, they've been the strongest. So far, they've been the toughest, and I am doing everything in my power to keep them that way, because so far, they have shown generosity to strangers that I wish to preserve in this hellish city. So I ask you again, Miix. No, actually, I'll ask you something different for the first time. And Pryor does step in close to Miix, and his eyes they're not hostile, but they are very pointed, as he says. Is it that you don't believe this place can exist? Or you don't want it to exist because it makes you uncomfortable?
You should get some food before it runs out.
Is that how we're gonna leave this?
Yes, it is.
Democracy rules. And Pryor will turn on his heels. And he does look out of the corner of his eyes and say, "And don't think that I forgot that you did try to strike me. I am willing to ignore it because tensions are running high, and I am well aware that sometimes I can be a less than pleasant person to be around. But if you try and hit me again, we will be exchanging blows. I consider you an ally, Miix. Please allow me to continue to believe that." And Pryor will leave.
Well, if you don't want to answer anything else, Miix, there's nothing else I can really say. I'll go, I guess. And I suppose Merru will also walk away.
I don't get why you've been so insistent on making problems today. Kai will also turn and walk away.
Miix just stares as everyone walks away towards the party, and they desperately, you know what, Mr. DM,
Yes,
question.
of course.
Miix desperately searches for them. Some sort of sign, just a validation that maybe somewhere. Does Miix see a cluster of butterflies anywhere? Or do they not see any?
Around the camp right
There's-
now?
Yeah, they're so desperate for validation. Do they even see any?
You do not see any butterflies at the moment.
Yeah. Miix not even able to have that victory left by the others. Again, there's this bile that built up in their mouth. Then they just think, "Stop looking at me like that," as they feel the eyes of people who only exist in their own cowardly mind. People who don't exist anymore.
And Nyx, do you decide to join the rest, or do you decide to sit on the edges of the party?
Miix will just sort of back against one of the several houses here, arms crossed, just watching from a distance.
Absolutely. And as you do, the rest of you are able to join the festivities. Is there
What's
any
the party like? Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you know, I imagine these people are not. This isn't like a disco rave, but like it. I'm getting like potluck vibes. Like everyone just kind of gathered around, eating together, like chatting it up.
Yeah, no, they're all just gathered, they're eating, they're talking. Some of them are playing games. It's basically just, it's not like... It's kind of less of a party and more of a gathering, I suppose would be the right word. As there's groups that have formed, they're all eating together. That's kind of what's happening. I mean, there's some people that are talking as well, I imagine. You can hear people just talking about like, oh, I got this done today. Or like, a lot of the chatter is around the four of you. And is a lot about like, did you see that really tiny one that has like a really, really big gun? And there's also been like a couple of them who have been like commenting on like, just kind of your guys' appearances, not in a negative way, in more of the way of like, this isn't something we see every day. And in particular, a lot of them have been mentioning you as well prior with like, oh, this is what he asked me to do. No way. He told me to go do this. And talking about like what they're all up to and what they've all been getting done today.
Yeah. Prior does take some time to check in on everyone. Perfect memory. He remembers everyone's names, exactly what he told them to do. He compliments, pretty much, he finds something to compliment from everyone on their work. He's doing his best to keep morale up. He's, he doesn't really relax at the party more so than he is suddenly turned on. He's calmed a little bit now that he and Noah seem to be on the same page, and he has nothing but kind things to say. He's honestly, complimentary. He is, very careful to not put himself above Noah, and especially with his leaving so soon. But he makes his time to make sure he leaves an impact.
Absolutely.
Not to cut in, but he does want to pull Kai aside for a moment. Just a second, following that last conversation.
Yeah, sure.
He absolutely can. And yes, with your perfect memory, you're absolutely able to go around, remember everyone's names, remember their contributions. And they're all very happy. They wave to you, they're all like, Pryor, Mr. Pryor! And it's, I imagine, very reminiscent of a certain facility back home. And as you're doing so, you're able to pull Kai aside, waiting through the crowd of people.
Kai, I'm in need of a check, one could say, from another person. Am I being too hard on Miix? I've given them the reins of command twice now, and both times they're not quite ready for it, And I don't want to just leave them to flounder. I've taken command both times I've necessarily needed to, but now I'm worried it's souring my ability to communicate with them.
Kai thinks for a minute. He's trying very hard and probably is going to somewhat fail at putting aside his feelings about Miix in general when trying to be asked objectively about this. And in his deliberation, he'll look up at Pryor. And you want... You know that I can... I have a tendency, perhaps I can be a bit biased towards you. You would like this to be... You're asking for a genuine assessment of how I think that you're doing handing the reins to Miix?
Kai, I admit, I've got very few people who can see me objectively. It's either your opinion or Merru's, and I've already asked Merru for a lot recently. Last time I went too far, you were willing to offer me an honest assessment that I ignored foolishly. And by doing so, I damned myself and all of you to much, much harsher times than I needed to. And if I wish to be a better leader than I was, I must learn not to make the same mistake twice. So I'm asking you for your advice yet again.
All right. Okay. I don't love what Miix has done with the reins that you have given them, but perhaps, and I don't truly mean this as a criticism because I understand that it is a method, it just may not be working well. In this situation, giving all of the responsibilities, even when you try to be helpful, Miix is younger, less experienced. I think maybe they need these things a little more spoon-fed. Maybe you need to be more of a mentor to them. I really can't speak to the decisions that Miix is making or their suspicion about this camp and the way that they have treated those here, but if that's the direction that you think that they should be going, maybe you just need a more hands-on approach if you think that you can get to that again from where we
The
are.
last time I took a hands-on approach with leadership, I ended up with Berg, which, I mean, he's great. He's done well for himself, and that was not due to my interference. I am good at molding people, Kai. You're well aware of that. I can turn people into what I want. But I need their trust in me, their absolute commitment in my ideals, and I can make them into what they want to be. I can grant them their desires. I don't know how to... And he sort of makes a gesture with his hands like he's trying to mold clay. And he goes, I don't know how to reshape someone who doesn't yield under me. It's like trying to shape a block of ice with my fingers. Sure, it'll melt eventually, but it leaves me cold and in pain. I've never had to prepare someone else to lead. You know more than anyone that my plan was to lead forever, in perpetuity. I never meant for there to be a successor, because a successor would mean that my lifelong ambitions had failed. I think Miix has potential. Miix could become a great leader. But I had to figure all that out by being pushed into the deep end. And all I had ever wanted was to become stronger because of it. I don't know how to be anything but the leader who takes command when people are struggling. But you're right, I need a gentler approach. Can I trust in you, Kai, to remind me if I'm losing sight of that?
It's something that you ask, I will try my absolute best. Can I be entirely honest about something relating to this, if not specific? There's been some friction between Miix and I lately, and I'm not sure that I can be the most subjective when it comes to feelings with them until I am past some of our recent discussions. But I will try. If you're putting your trust in me, I will try.
Of course, I would appreciate you being honest. If I can only lead through accepting deception, then, well, I have no right to lead at all.
All right. Well, thank you for trusting me. I hope I could be somewhat helpful. I do think that you're a good leader, and whatever potential you see in Miix, I'm sure that they will find their way in it eventually.
I've always been able to rely on you, Kai. I feel things would have been different had I seen you the way I do now back then. I suppose you would have enjoyed it a lot less if that were the case.
I don't know that I would have been able to think the way that I do back then, but yes, you are right.
We've changed a lot. We're better men now than we were then. Both of us. We've helped each other reach that point. If I can be so bold as to think I had any part to play in it.
I think that you are I've seen you change in ways I didn't know people could change, and it does make me think that perhaps everyone has that capacity. So yeah, you've helped.
Briar doesn't really know what to do. He just kind of looks Kai up and down and reaches over and squeezes his shoulder gently and goes, "Now, let's keep trying to change the world."
Kai will nod and say, shall we go back to...
Briar takes his hand off Kai's shoulder. He doesn't really seem to know exactly what to do as he sort of nods his head and shuffles by Kai and goes, I actually need to ask about the facility and the,
Right. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Also, heard you patch some people up. Just good work on that. Just excellent work. I always rely on you for that.
Yeah, I just thought it was the right thing to do.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was the right thing to do.
Good talk.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Briar
Yes.
goes off to ask about the L Corp facility.
Absolutely. You're able to go off, and as you're walking around, you see these two residents here, and what would you like to ask them?
Briar does approach, and there's a tactful way to say this, so I'll try and figure that out. Good evening to the both of you. Thank you again for welcoming the four of us. We've really appreciated your hospitality.
Oh, yeah, of course. We're glad to have you here. We hope you're enjoying the party.
Now, I couldn't help but notice all these power lines. I mentioned them earlier when I was doing my defense speaking, but, you know, the old L Corp, they had power grids set up close to their facilities so that they could run the lines out everywhere they needed to go, assuming they weren't beneath ground. You wouldn't have happened to be aware of any of those facilities nearby, would you?
They kind of look to each other, and you can kind of hear them whispering, like, do you know where? Is it the one with the monsters? And they kind of didn't look back to you.
Yeah, Prior speaks up and goes, monsters is a good starting point. Yes, anything you've heard of rumors of creatures, or unusual sounds or disappearances.
Yeah, no, there's this spooky place where monsters are rumored to be. We've never been in, but we sometimes see fixers around these parts. I think does Lily know where it is? I think Lily knows where it is. Yeah, Lily knows where the place is. I mean, she hasn't gone in there, but she's gone exploring a lot around that area.
I see. Lily, I'll have to ask her about it. It's best that you all do stay away from that area. I'm not sure if you've heard of the Inkenfelden Rush, but everyone's clamoring to get into those facilities. There's a lot to be found inside of them, but more danger than most people can handle.
Yeah, we
have a good thing going here.
Thanks. Yeah, no, we heard there's a lot of good stuff, but dangerous stuff in there. So we've been staying out of it. But yeah, no, we can I don't know where she is right now, but we can probably find her for you once things start settling down at the party, or let her know to come say hello. It's not too hard to well, she kind of looks at you, and you have a feeling she's trying to politely say it's not too hard to find you guys since you stick out a bit in the crowd.
Prior waves off the awkward thing that isn't even said, and he goes, "You're quite right about that. Thank you, and enjoy your food and enjoy the party. I know I am."
Thanks. They smile to you and turn back to have a conversation with one another. You all also can gain another sin point from affinity.
Wow.
Oh, hell yeah.
I have so many.
And there's lots of food to be enjoyed. And Prior, is there anything else you get up to at the party?
Nope, I think Prior just at this point is sort of I've gotten all the information I think I need. Prior's talked to Kai. He's figured that out. He's feeling like he has someone who's going to make sure that he stays in check. He's got a feeling everything's going to be all right from here on out. He's done his due diligence. He's making progress. He's improving. He really is changing.
Absolutely. And Kai, is there anything else you want to get up to at the party?
Well, they're there to socialize, so I think Kai might head over to where it seems like his patient that he told to get bed rest, and her friend, seem to be socializing at said party.
Absolutely, you do see them. Your patient you told to get some rest at the side of the party, and they kind of both jolt up when they see you, and they're like, "Oh, doctor."
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I neglect to introduce myself before?
They kind of exchange looks. They're like, I don't remember if we got your name.
My name is Kai. Please, you don't call me doctor. I'm not. I don't have such a title.
Oh, well, Kai, good to see you.
Good to see you too. He will turn to Rosalina and kind of squint his eyes, and he goes, I know this isn't the most raucous of parties, but I did tell you to get some bed rest.
Yeah,
I'm glad you're feeling well.
thank you. She kind of shuffles off, like, I'll go get some bed rest, and Juliet says, I'll keep an eye on her. And you do hear there's a little crowd gathered not far from you, and they're kind of whispering, like, I didn't think Rosaline could make it to the party. Guess that one of the weird ears did some crazy impressive healing on her. And another one whispers, yeah, well, apparently she's getting scolded by him right now.
Well, now I've just lost the only two people at the party I know aside from Merru and Frank. I don't think he will acknowledge that he overheard that, and he will just go and fetch a plate of food.
Absolutely. You are able to get some food. I also figured I should have asked before if Pryor had gotten any of the food, but I have a feeling I don't need to ask that, so...
Asking is not necessary.
So yeah, Kai, you're able to get some food, and Merru, what are you up to?
I mean, after Merru walked away, I think he's not really one for socializing. So but it's a gathering. It's supposed to be like a feast, food. I think to blend in, I think he grabbed a small plate of food. I don't know, maybe like a bean burger. I don't know. And he hasn't eaten it yet. It is on his plate, and he is staring at it. And he knows it would probably be a pretty bad look if he, of all people, didn't eat the things that they cooked for everyone. Since, he did just spend a period of time working with the settlement's cooks. So, like, he should eat. They're probably expecting him to, But, even with, like, all of his, what's the word? Like, his newly placed plan for, like, doing things right for himself and all of that, he still does kinda have a bit of a struggle in terms of actually, like, having the food that he cooks. He always did the bare minimum, and it's still a bit of a struggle, even now. But, he probably doesn't want to disappoint. And also, I think, gets a bit bothered when he thinks too much about why, he's like that. So, I think, honestly, if Kai's walking over to get food, I think right as Kai, like, if Kai's looking, he could probably see Merru near where the food is, and he could probably see Merru, like, take a really, like, deep breath after he's, like, stared really intensely at this burger. And then, like, with his prosthetic hand, he just rips, like, a piece of it off and, like, forces him, like, shoves it in his mouth and, like, forces himself to eat it. Like, really, like, he's, like, really determined. Because he doesn't want anyone to get the wrong idea about him not eating anything. So he does eat a bite. And it does taste good. But after that, he goes back to staring at the burger. So that's what he's up to. He's struggling, but he's trying.
Kai, do you see him staring at the burger?
Yes, Kai sees him staring at the burger, and he looks puzzled.
I can probably sense Kai is staring, and like he'll slowly turn his head. Like you see like his like horns like flash a little bit like dimly, and then you just see him slowly turn his head. and he locks eyes with Kai, and then you see him like look back down at the burger. He rips off another little piece and also like shoves that in his mouth and then swallows and then coughs like 5 times and then stares back at Kai and then waves. And then he coughs again.
Kai with a fresh plate of food in his hand, kind of wrinkles his eyebrows, but then half smiles and waves back at Merru, and kind of like does like the okay hand sign at him, like as a question.
Merru will tilt his head a little bit, stare back down at his plate. You see him like go to grab the burger again, but then he stops himself, and then he looks back at Kai and then just kind of shrugs, and then he hurries not away, like he's not like hiding from Kai, but I think he looks like he wants to like he's like anxious about something.
Kai considered going over to Merru, but if he is running off,
well, he's not. I guess he's not running off. I guess it looks like he's like, you know how Merru can be flighty?
yeah,
It looks like I think by now you can kind of tell, especially because you have a little bit of insight at least. Like you have, you know, you can like read people a bit, and I'm sure you can read Merru by now. You can see like he's like, he looks like he's like out of his element. Like he is like uncomfortable with something.
Yeah, Kai will wander on over to Merru with his plate of food and just kind of like shoulder check him lightly, just to say like, you know, like what's up, kind of deal.
I think Merru he'll relax a little bit. And he'll just kind of like hold the plate up like a little bit and be like, I'm just not used to this kind of stuff is all. I'm fine. You know.
Food's good, right?
Yes, it's good. You know, and he like lowers his voice. He goes, you know, it's just a little hard for me, you know, but it's fine. I'm good. It's good.
Yeah.
Food's good. They're good. All good.
Nice people.
It's kind of like home. In a way. Well, in a way. But yeah. It's good.
It's good. Kai smiles a bit more content with how Merru seems to be doing now that he's relaxed a tiny bit, and he will start to dig into his food.
In the background, Pryor is just shoveling food into his gullet. It does look like he's almost unhinged his jaw like a snake.
Oh my god. Of course he is. I will say, I do think Merru will kind of turn his head and see that and just be like, you know, you should leave some for the rest of them. Just saying.
Pryor actually like puts his hands to his jaw, and for a moment you think you wonder if he's actually like re-hinging his jaw, but he does actually just pull like a bone out of his mouth. Oh wait, no, sorry. Yeah, he pulls like a bone out of his mouth, and as he looks at it, he goes like, "Oh God, I think there was meat in that. Oh, gonna be sick.
Oh no. Hey, Pryor.
Yeah.
Can you
Mhm.
make me a physique? I don't even know what this would be. A physique endurance roll. Challenge free. 3 successes. You're okay. You're okay.
Yeah. Oh. Pryor makes several Pryor makes several sounds like a cat with a hairball stuck in his throat, just like. And then after a moment, he goes, "No, it's fine. I've already eaten it. It's down there." And he puts a thumb up and he goes, "Don't worry, I'm done. I'm done for the night. I'm done. I'm just gonna sit here."
Some people have like concernedly crowded around you, but when you put a hand up, they kind of give you some space.
Yeah, no, Merru's I think whatever Merru was going through a second ago, gone. He's staring and he's just like, that was so gross.
That
Well,
was
that's Pryor.
that was Pryor.
That really was. Ugh.
Pryor just kind of like appears behind them. Like he just got up and wandered over and he goes, "Merru, can you make me a salad?"
Me? The whole point of me agreeing to this was so I didn't have to. Do you think you're going to throw up or something? Because if the answer is yes, then fine.
No, I'll be okay. I'll go. I think there was some leaves. I'm just gonna go eat those.
No.
No, I'll be
I'm
fine.
not eating-
Don't
no.
worry. No, I'm fine. I'll be fine. I'll be good. Kai, tell Merru I'll be good.
You're not eating leaves off the. I mean, like, I get it. I've been there, but like, no. I mean, unless you really want to, but.
I think their conversation continues like that.
Absolutely. Merru, do you make him a salad?
Probably like eventually, as like Pryor's doing this like wet cat act right now.
Literally.
Merru eventually will like sigh and he's like, fine, I guess I have to do everything around here. You know, that's fine. And he will go make a salad. A small salad.
Absolutely.
Even coming to this feast.
And you are able to make a small salad for Pryor at the feast that you were enjoying. And Miix, how are you holding up? As
Yeah,
I
during this
imagine-
entire time, like it's all joy and laughter. Miix is completely depressed, black and white, like no joy to be found at all. Like they're all laughing and having a great time and talking to each other. It's awesome. You go over to Miix. Miix is just staring, just like has not eaten, has not touched a single bit of food, is not having a good time, is just like leaning against one of the walls of one of these houses. They just sort of like are fumbling around with the holstered solemn lament during the entire time. Like this is complete, like you get a little bit of whiplash just seeing how starkly different it is. As Miix is just, you know, and by quite a by quite a large amount of fault of their own, has just almost isolated as they look down at the ground, just trying to like think, like not even thinking, just waiting and waiting until like eventually it's time to go, because I mean, what's the point? There's nothing here. This is so foreign to who Miix is now that like it's just not enjoyable. In fact, they might even feel like a little bit of frankly, they might feel a little bit upset just like having to wait for as all of this keeps going. But there's nothing there. There's no jokes. They don't laugh. They don't really react to anything. There's almost like their eyes are glazed over as they just wait and wait and wait. As the only thing you can really hear is their foot tapping against the floor over and over again, just waiting and waiting.
And Miix, as you wait, you see a butterfly flitting about.
Oh.
And you all...
Miix. Can I?
You may go.
Yeah, Miix sees, and I imagine it's not much time, but they just blink, and then their eyes widen as they realize what this means. Go ahead.
You see that from the shadows, especially as all of you are celebrating, and with the defenses being installed but not fully yet in place, those raiders from before creep up from the shadows, and you all see that they are wielding bats, and that they, in addition to this, there's more of them than there were before. Before you had only seen the 6, but this time you see that there is a whole group of them, and Noah at once says, "Everyone, to positions!" And you watch as a bunch of the settlement people immediately start engaging in combat, or those who are not as adept at it flee for the houses. And I'm just gonna turn on some little redeems real quick as you all have a chance to react and to roll for initiative.
I know Miix has been, not cool. I like these people. I should clarify. Miix the player likes these people. Mr. DM, why are you being so evil and cruel?
Don't worry about it.
I'm worried.
The raiders will all act together on the same turn. And the D Corp citizens will as well. Oh, Helping Hand should be limited. I'm so sorry. There should not be 2 of those allowed to happen. So the first one was Space's Helping Hand. I need a name for it. I will refund the other one. But we have a support coming in. Absolutely. As Nia comes on in. I don't know why the limit was not on for those. That should have been on. And my apologies, everyone. All right, here we go. And I do miss Jay very much, though, and I'm very excited to have Nia joining us. As the fighting begins, you all see a fixer arriving on the scene. And she smiles at all of you and says, "I'm here to help how I can. Let me support you all." and she'll rush past the raiders to join all of you. And she acts on count 9. So, Nia is up first. There is this one fixer that runs in, and you all remember the settlement mentioned that there were some fixers in the area. And you see this cute girl run up to help, and she is going to heal the most injured one of you. I believe that's currently Pryor.
That is so Pryor right now. He is almost out of sanity.
Absolutely. Pryor. Nia turns to look at you, and she does a little twirl as she does, and she says, "Here you go, Mr. Pryor."
Wait, how do you know my... a question for after the fight. And he will take the healing. He will heal for 1 sanity.
Absolutely. You can heal that 1 sanity.
Yeah. Pryor heals the sanity, and as he draws the blade, he looks to the other managers, and as he nods, he's going to say, "All right, everyone. We're gonna have to drive them back." Okay. I didn't ask it last time, but by the fact that they're, like, raiding the settlement, I'm guessing these guys don't look like complete chumps, do they?
No, here's the thing. They definitely are not what you're used to fighting. But you have a feeling that, considering they're raiding the settlement, they probably have a bit of tricks up their sleeve, and they probably are confident in their numbers. And in particular, you notice they're eyeing up the villagers and not the 4 of you. But please, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, there's enough of them that they're jumping this place. So yeah, Pryor draws his blade, gets into his stance, but he is not the one who acts first.
He is not. As Merru, you're first up. What would you like to do?
Yes. Well, Merru does what Merru does. I think, if he can... Is this too far down for him to move? And then, I still forget how to make a line. I'm sorry. Well, I'm thinking with the 2 raiders that are diagonally to him. Is that possible?
You hold the control key and then drag. Click and drag.
Whoa! Yeah, like this.
Absolutely.
Can he use a line?
Yep, there is a line there, and resolve has been redeemed, so you all steel yourselves against the next attacks.
Well, Merru will, since we have some sin to spare, he will fire magic bullet. Of course.
Absolutely. It's a challenge 4 to hit these guys.
Challenge 4, alright. I use my desperation. Yeah. 1 sec. Actually, let me just ask. If I didn't willpower reroll right here to get a higher number, is this like?
I will say, you're not sure, is all I'll let you know.
Fine. It didn't matter. It didn't matter.
So that is 8 successes at challenge 4. You are doing 8 black pierce damage to them. So you fire magic bullet. This is going to... Now, This would be enough to take them both down. However, these NPCs have tough on them.
Man.
So as you fire magic bullet, that is doing a total of 8 damage to them. So they are currently left on 1 box of health, these 2.
I only got that crit. It's fine.
Even with, oh, I don't think that was a crit, actually.
No, I said if only I had.
Oh yeah, if you had a crit, you would have gotten them down. But these 2 are left on 1 health. If you'd like to describe what it's like as you fire magic bullet.
Yeah, I mean, Merru's always ready for things to, even though things were calm just a little bit ago, he's always alert to things changing on the fly. So he pretty quickly, when he caught sight of the raiders coming to attack, he had readied magic bullet and was able to quickly fire off a shot. So like, you know, portal forms, bullet fires, and he just he expects them to go down. I don't know. He was feeling a little confident. And even after the bullet flies through both of those raiders, he sees them still standing, and he's a little baffled. He's like, "Whoa, okay." And I think he'll, from beneath his face mask, he'll grit his teeth, and ready himself for whatever comes next.
Absolutely. And yeah, for all, you look at their wounds, these men's wounds, and they look in very bad shape as one of them goes, shit, what kind of gun is that? And before we go on, 2 things happen. First of all, you all feel the light wash over you, and you all can heal a point of sanity. Secondly, the settlement assists, as one of the veterans comes in and attacks this raider right here, seeing them on the verge of defeat, and gives them a quick jab. And you all watch this raider fall to the ground.
Oh.
And then they shout, "We'll leave it to the rest to you." As prior, we go to you.
Okay. You know what? Prior's going to fall back slightly towards the civilians. He's going to I'm trying to think of the best action he can take here. You know what? I think for the combat, right? So, do outside of our engagement, does the battle as a whole look like it's pretty? I imagine that there's fighting happening everywhere.
Yes. Yeah, the entire place is in the midst of battle. It looks like they're going to try to retreat, these ones, but that it's going to take them their entire turn. So you're imagining they're going to be vulnerable until the start of next turn when they act again.
Okay. This is a little crazy. I think everyone's doing well for willpower and health right now. Could I use superior leadership on the 3 D Corp residents?
Yeah, you can do so.
All right, and I shall do so. What's their challenge to inspire them? For everyone else, it's normally how much sanity damage they've taken. So like I would say, if these guys are kind of in panic difficulty 3.
Yep, challenge tree. I was about to say that actually.
Well,
10 success crit.
Sebastian is so fucking. Sebastian gains 5 poise.
All right.
heals a sanity.
Absolutely.
This would be so funny. Next one's going for Clove. This could be so funny. No, okay. Well, they're going to take the advantage. And yeah, so so Sebastian is super good, but both Clove and the other D Corp resident are calmed as they regain sanity. Prior puts his foot down, his back to them. Remembering what Kai said, he turns and as he grips his blade, he barks orders, but there is a steel-covered resolve to it. It goes, "We spent all day discussing this. You know your parts, you know your roles. Man the battlements, help your allies. You fought in a war before. This is asymmetrical warfare now. You have the capacity and you have the training. Act upon it. Let's keep everyone alive. Starting with the three of you."
Understood, Prior. And I'm going to say, because you've taken your turn to use superior leadership on them, if they are attacked by the raiders, you all will be able to use defense skills rather than having to intercept without clashing and just taking a hit.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
And so, we'll go to the D Corp resident's turn. They are going to choose to start beginning to flee and get back to give support. With the 5 poised, the next settlement assist will do an additional 2 damage.
Very nice.
And we go to Kai.
Yes. Okay, the cunning one is the one that's about to go down, right? So I'm gonna aim for, I think, one of the other ones.
Yeah, the cunning raider has 1 health left.
Yeah, I'll aim for the sharp raider then.
Absolutely, it's a challenge for her to hit this guy.
Here's to me. I'm going to use at your command, and I won't be grappling. I'm just trying to do damage, I think. And I have so many sin points, I might as well use one of them. So. Yeah, I'll take that.
4 successes. Absolutely. That is a hit. So you are able to hit this guy. You are doing 2 damage to him. And you are also, I assume at least you're choosing to do damage to him rather than inflict bind, correct?
Yes.
Absolutely, and he gains 1 bleed and immediately takes it. So he takes 3 damage from you. And I'm just trying to move Kai over.
Oh.
There you
Sure,
go.
I can,
And he takes the free damage and kind of curses as you hit him. And would you like to describe what it looks like when Kai attacks?
Are we? I probably should have asked. Are we going for like lethal force here? I mean, I kind of presumed so. I don't see any reason why the D Corp people wouldn't be willing to let these people die, but I don't want to step on anyone's toes. I mean, Merru did just shoot some people, so I presume.
It is up to you if Kai would.
Okay.
He is not dead yet, though, so you haven't brought him down.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel these are normal rules of engagement, which is everyone else is going for lethal attacks except for Prior.
Sick. Okay. In that case, I think I do think to some extent Kai may have underestimated this person, considering that they're not wearing ego and he is. When he hits, rather than slashing through, I imagine he goes for a punch and probably, cracks a couple of ribs when he goes straight for the sternum, but when he sees the raider double back and not collapse to the ground, he kind of has a moment where he's like, oh, okay, sorry, I should be taking this a little more seriously.
Absolutely. And yeah, it looks like this guy is fairly hurt, but he still has some left in him. As these guys seem tougher than you expect. And we go to the raiders. But before they act, once more, the settlement comes in, and Sebastian, actually, who you gave some poise prior, runs up to one of them, to the one that Kai just hit, actually. And you see that bug arm sort of lash out as he sees an opening, and instead of 2 red piercing damage, he is going to deal 4 red piercing damage, using up that poise. And this raider looks to be in very bad shape. And he kind of looks to you, Prior, and he says, "We've got this." And nods
Brilliant
at
shot.
you, Kai. He looks very happy hearing that. And this guy, Kai, Sebastian just hit him. So he's gonna try to ignore you. And as he runs forward to try to attack Sebastian, I just realized he gets hit by bleed. And he succumbs to his injuries from the bleed as you all watch him swing the bat up, trying to swing. I imagine Prior, you try to go intercept given you're right near Sebastian, and you just see this guy fall to the ground.
He
having
doesn't even
bled
realize
out.
he's dead. Yeah, he doesn't even realize he's dead. He raises his arms up, and the wound that Kai put on his chest just opens up, and just blood, it falls everywhere as he collapses.
Yep. And as he collapses down to the ground, the leader here says, "Get them!" And the famished raider is going to try to run past you all to attack this D Corp resident. All of you can intercept,
I, Mr.
Once.
DM.
Yes.
Surprising probably everyone, and mostly Miix themselves. I would like to have Miix intercept this one.
Absolutely. You can intercept. This is what he's using. As he comes down with his bat and tries to hit this resident, it is a challenge 4. Usually you would just have to take the hit, but because of Prior inspiring these people, you can actually roll your defense skill.
All right. Yeah, I'll just roll it. You know what? And I'm
2
not even gonna
successes?
spend willpower because I think that adds more aura.
Absolutely. The bat comes down on you, Miix.
Yeah.
Now, because of Resolve, you only take 1 red blend damage. It doesn't matter your ego armor since it can't reduce it less than 1. Oh, yeah, it can't reduce it less than 1. So you take that. And then you are able to... Oh, actually, wait. I just realized you have a guard. Do you take 2 fragile? So you now have 2 fragile on you. And
Okay.
there's one other thing that activates with them. He successfully hit you. So you have 2 defensive paralysis on you as well.
Gotcha.
And would you like to describe what it's like as you go to take the hit for this resident who kind of cowers as the bat comes down.
Yeah, again, this is very surprising to everyone. And again, most of all to Miix, as they feel their legs just move, almost as if not intending to, and immediately just runs and manages to get in front of this person just in time and raises both their arms as they feel the bat slam down on both of their arms as they barely manage to block it in time.
Absolutely.
Get back! Miix shouts to the resident behind them.
She backs up a bit, and the fixer, who's right there next to you, says, "What a beautiful display of heroism!" And there's like sparkles in her eyes as she looks at you, Miix. And we go to the cunning raider, who tries to go for Clove. If any of you but Miix would like to intervene on this one.
Prior, saved from having to go one direction by Mix's sudden interference, suddenly is able to dash to the other side, life for a daredevil drawn as he tries to clash with the bat and send it sparking off to one side.
Absolutely, and you can roll your defense skill.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna spend a sin point. I've got them to burn. Yep.
5 successes.
Briar comes in with a leap, and as he clashes with the side of the bat sparks fly as it goes flying off to one side. He drives his shoulder into the raider's chest and pushes them back as he comes in closer and is just clashing again and again, life for a daredevil, sending the bat flying every which way but towards the civilian behind him.
Absolutely. And as you do so, this final raider here, the leader sort of shouts annoyed, "Oh, I'll just do it myself." And Merru, Kai, would either of you like to intervene as he tries to run up towards Sebastian?
If Merru isn't jumping to do so, Kai absolutely will, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okie dokie dokie.
Absolutely. And you can make your defense skill against challenge 4.
Okay. I have so many sin points to use, I might as well. And I did for good reason.
5 successes. Yeah, you're able to block this and protect Sebastian. If you'd like to describe, and you take no damage from this due to the successful block.
Great. Kai jumps into the way, sticking out his paw that is just about as large as his entire torso, and catching the bat with his claws. It's certainly not chopping it into little pieces, but I do imagine that it digs into the wood a decent bit and stops it in its place. The leader would have to yank back pretty hard to unstick the wood from the sharpness of Cobalt Scar. Stopping his momentum in the process, because I know he'd stumble back from that.
Absolutely. He kind of grunts as he tries to, get out of what he's stuck in. And that is the Raiders' turn. And we go to you, Miix.
Well, now that Miix finally has a grasp of their bearings, they pull out Psalm Lament, and they're immediately gonna shoot the raider in front of them.
Absolutely. So challenge 4 to hit this guy.
Yes, and they will immediately upon combat starts, they gain 1 black butterfly bullet. And they will immediately use that bullet to gain 3 butterfly, which means they gain a +1 to all of their attacks. Go ahead and mark that.
Absolutely.
When they use their lovely skill 1, which let me go ahead and put that up here. And what is the difficulty, by the way? Mr.
Challenge
DM?
4.
Gotcha, awesome. When they use their butterfly, they also gain 1. So it is, currently they have 4 butterfly. You said challenge quattro 4. And they'll shoot.
Five successes. So
Ooh.
that is a hit. You gain 1 butterfly, so you're up to 4. And you deal 2 black damage, 2 white damage, and inflict 1 sinking. So
And because they have 4 or more butterfly, they get to reuse the coin.
that is true. They are able to reuse the coin.
But they do not get to. I do not think they get any other special bonus here.
Nope. They just have to roll against this famished raider again. Same challenge as before.
Awesome. All right. Oh.
8 success crit. So that is going to be enough, actually, to take this one down, since I believe tough only applies if they'd be defeated in a single hit. And they only had 4 health left. So, Miix, would you like to describe what it looks like when you defeat this raider?
Yeah, Miix immediately. Is this the same raider that Miix intercepted?
It is indeed the same one you intercepted that was going for that villager.
Yeah, Miix immediately after blocking, they had both of their pistols holstered, and they immediately after blocking, they draw both of them and point blank fire several shots into their chest, and then does like a roundhouse kick, kicks the bat out of the raider's hand, and then lines up their last shot directly into directly against the raider's forehead and just pulls the trigger. Bam! And the raider falls back.
Absolutely. And as the raider falls back, you take a point of white damage from the 4 butterflies flitting about you.
Yes, I do.
And we go to the top of the turn order, where more raiders rush onto the scene. And these ones all have their challenge increased by 1. As you can see, these bats are spiked, unlike the bats from before. And Nia acts first, as she calls out, "Are any of you in need of healing?"
Friar looks at Miix.
Absolutely. She looks to you, Miix. She does a little twirl as she points and does a magical girl pose and says, "Be healed!" And you feel this weight off your shoulders as you can heal a point of health damage.
Awesome, awesome. I will do that. Thank you so much.
She just makes a little heart hand at you as we go to you,
Oh,
Merru.
Miix doesn't say I thank you so much, but
Oh, that's okay.
I
She
do.
still makes a little heart hand at you.
I do. I, the player, I love you, Nia. You're awesome.
And before anything else, before you act, Merru, the raider right before you prior, the settlement comes on in as they're on 1 health and swoop in, and you see the D Corp Settlement members behind you say, "We got your back, prior." And this raider falls to the ground.
As he sort of rolls his shoulder and puts his blade, the tip touching the ground for a minute, he turns over his shoulder and nods and says, "I wouldn't have anyone else do it. Let's finish this, and then check on everyone else."
Understood. And Merru, now it is your turn.
Yes. Okay. Let me try this. Lines. I love lines. Is that an acceptable line?
That is an acceptable line. You can hit them both.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Okay. Okay. Well, we're magic bulleting yet again.
Absolutely.
And yet again. I like using desperation. So I feel like I always ask this. You said that this one, the clumsy raider, has a higher challenge. What was the challenge of the raider leader?
It's only challenge 4 for the raider leader, but the clumsy raider has a challenge 5.
Okay, so if I'm trying to hit both of them, which challenge am I going with? The higher challenge?
Because you have magic bullet, it is your choice who you target, and anyone else in the line becomes a byproduct.
Oh, well then I'll target.
I forgot how disgusting Merru is. God.
Yeah. No, genuinely.
I'll target the one with the lower challenge level, of course.
Yep, and you'll still hit the one with the higher regardless. Unless you use
Okay.
sanity, unless you want to spare the clumsy raider by using a sanity point.
Why would I
Never.
do that? No.
Blood.
No.
Blood.
Okay. Let me roll. Hold on. Wait, does it matter? It doesn't matter.
7 successes.
Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Because they have tough.
Yeah, but if
They-
you crit,
But if I
just
crit,
roll a
you're right.
crit,
If I roll a crit, come on.
Crit is the only way to
So
bypass
close.
tough. 9
So
successes.
close. That would've been really cool.
99% of gamblers quit before they lose all their money.
Listen,
So-
The other thing-
I want to use my sanity, so it's fine.
yes. Here's the, if you do 8 damage, you use up tough, which is the big thing.
You're right. So that was actually good. There we go.
So that's 9 successes. You are dealing 9 damage, which is enough to bring both of them down, except that this one here and both of them still have tough.
Fine.
So they're both on 1 health though. If you'd like to describe what it looks like when you fire.
Merru, he saw the one of the settlement people take out one of the other raiders. So he didn't have to worry about that. I think Merru is feeling confident in himself. Of course he would want to go for the leader. So the fact that there was a raider behind them is, well, that's just bad luck for them. But once again, Merru's not sure why. He's like, these are good shots. They're hitting right where they should go. He is satisfied with the hit, but he when he shoots things, he wants them to just go down. So I think after the you see the portal form and you watch the bullet kind of shoot through the air and put a hole through both of the raiders. Merru, the one eye that you can see, it like twitches a bit. And he grumbles a little bit underneath his breath, but he trusts in the others to finish, I guess, what he started, especially like Kai, who's like right there. So it's fine.
Absolutely. And Prior, we go to you.
Oh. All right. I could use. Yeah, you know what? I think we're good. I think we're actually kind of good. Prior is going to charge across the battlefield. He sees that there is an opportunity here to clean up the fight. And as he comes in, he's actually going to strike with life for a daredevil. As he comes in, his blade sparks across the ground, and before he reaches the clumsy raider, he actually leaps into the air, and he seems to pick up speed as he goes to slash across their figure.
Absolutely. It's a challenge 5 to hit the clumsy raider.
Oh, I'm not very good at hitting things. But I do have Sin.
You do have your sin.
Getting low on it, but you know what? It doesn't matter.
2 successes.
You know what? There's always a chance.
Oh.
Not quite though.
Oh!
Prior comes down, and as they bring up the bat at the last moment, Prior clashes against it, and he just swings again and again and again and again, and for as strong as Prior's gear is, he is beneath it little more than a quite frail man wielding a quite powerful weapon. And the raider is easily able to match him blow for blow.
Yes, as this raider matches you, you can see him eyeing up your gear, Prior, and that glint in his eyes as if he wants that for himself. And the D Corp residents are going to flee from the battlefield. They're still here to provide settlement assists, but you watch as they all get out of the raiders' way, so you all no longer need to worry about protecting them from harm. And we go to you, Kai.
I was gonna have him attack the leader, but I think Kai's actually gonna go for the raider that Prior just failed to hit.
Absolutely. It's a challenge 5 to hit that one.
Challenge 5, and I am not low on sin points, so I'm going to use mine. Oh, come on. I'm gonna willpower that. Okay.
5 successes. That is a hit. Does not matter how much damage you're doing. This guy is on 1 health, so he is going down. But that would be
Great.
2 damage if you'd like to describe what it looks like.
I do think that it is something of an instinct, seeing Prior struggle. Not that he thought that he was going to get hurt or anything, but knowing that he's around to do the final blow, when, you know, the man who he has seen very capable struggle to do something, you know, there's just, there is a need to step in and protect when he's not capable, and I think he goes in, hits a little bit harder than necessary, and just kind of watches this guy bleed out on the ground before getting ready to continue on fighting with the other raiders that are a bit more of an immediate threat.
Absolutely. And as he falls to the ground, you see him fall. And we go to the next turn. This one here is going to try to go right for Miix.
No.
And going to use Heavy Strike as this raider comes in with the baseball bat and tries to swing at you. And this is a challenge 4, but you do have defensive paralysis on you. So you're taking -2 dice to this, Miix.
We spend a sin point here. Get a little bit of boost. Oh gosh. Alright, well.
6 success crit. Yeah, you're able, if you'd like to describe what it looks like when you block.
Miix, as the leader charges towards them, Miix is almost parrying the blows as, like, right before they hit, Miix is able to sort of move them out of the way. And it almost, these movements that Miix is doing, they mimic the ones that they were doing earlier when they were at the edge of the camp, as they seem much more comfortable. It almost seems like they're much more comfortable doing this almost like hand-to-hand combat, as they, again, like, just parry these blows effortlessly before jumping back and getting a little bit of distance between them.
Absolutely. And as you do so, the settlement comes in to assist again. Kai, Pryor, the raider right towards you two, you see him suddenly let out a pained noise as one of those bug arms jabs into his side, and he takes 2 damage.
Pryor is confident with how this fight is going, but he's not letting himself celebrate just yet.
Absolutely. And he immediately turns around, trying to find the settlement member who did that to him, but he instead sees you right there, Pryor.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna raise his spiked bat. And this is a challenge 5.
Yep. Okay. This is fine. This is okay. This is okay. We're just gonna evade it, because that's how we do.
7 success crit.
The crits come to... Pryor is absolutely awful at doing damage, but as the attack comes at him, again, just as when Miix struck at him earlier, it's like he hears a voice in his head. And it's the smallest adjustment possible. It's not big, it's not flashy. It is the simple act of squaring his shoulders and dropping back his stance as the bat swings wide and he's able to close in on the distance.
Absolutely. And as the other one sees that, he looks around this raider right here, as if looking between the two of you, but he goes, I think there's an opening, and also tries to come for you, Pryor.
Yeah, that's how it always is. I see how it is. I see how it is. They hate to see him win.
They saw him lose against their ally before to hit, so now they're trying to pinpoint in on that moment of perceived weakness.
Yeah, he's the weak link. I know. Yeah. Pryor squares himself again as the second one comes in. Difficulty 5 again?
Yep, it's a challenge 5 again.
Yeah.
3 successes.
Well, we're gonna try and willpower it. Nope.
4
Pryor
successes.
effortlessly sidesteps the first one, but as the second one comes in behind, he can't catch his stance again. Whoa, he's gonna take a hit.
Yep, so this is overwhelming. So even though he is looking at you, you do not benefit from your ego armor. So you are taking 4 red blunt damage, so that's just 4 damage. And they have mob. So on a successful hit, they're inflicting 2 defensive paralysis on you.
Yep. The second one comes in and knocks Pryor on the back of his head, and there is a very disconcerting crunch as it hits bone. his neck snaps for a minute. He's not dead, but he stumbles for a moment, and as blood trickles down the back of his head, his eyes seem to like go in different directions for a second before they lock back into place.
Absolutely. Oh, yes! But the raiders have resolve on them, so Prior, actually, you only take 2 damage.
Oh, it's not as bad as Prior thought.
And it's still pretty bad. Oh, actually, no, sorry, I goofed up. It is still 4 damage because this was a new raider. This raider came in when resolve wasn't active.
It is actually as bad as Prior thought it was.
It is as bad as he thought it was. But that is all of the raiders. As we go to you, Miix. Oh wait, there was a new resolve. I'm so sorry, everyone.
It wasn't as bad as Prior thought it was.
It wasn't as bad as Prior thought it was. You
It's
steal
so
yourself.
over. We're so back.
It's so over. We're so back.
Yup. All right. I guess it's my turn.
Oh yes!
Is that
Oh my
correct?
gosh! I missed the SP. Yes, thank you so much. You all heal a point of sanity as well.
I'll take that.
As the light washes over all of you.
Wahoo!
And Miix, it is your turn.
There we go. That's what I was waiting for. All right. Miix will go ahead and go ahead and start blasting. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful
Absolutely.
stuff. So this will be their skill 1. And you know what? Let's just add something. Let's just use this sin. I might as well. So we'll do even more. And yeah, it's difficulty 4 for the raider leader, or is it 5?
Yep, challenge 4 for this guy. The other
Challenge
2 are
4.
challenge 5.
All right. This will be the first one.
That is 6 successes. You don't need to roll again. That is enough to take him down. He was on 1 health thanks to the magic bullet attack.
Yeah. So the leader is in a bad way. And Miix sees this, and there's no need to do twirls or parries or anything fancy like that. Because the most humane way to put down an animal is to just do it quickly in one shot. So Miix is just gonna walk up, stick the muzzle of the gun straight into the raider leader's face, and just pull the trigger and be done with it.
Absolutely. And you see some butterflies float up. As you do so, oh, these 2 are still in the initiative, however. As this one right here says, oh, the leader's dead? And the tired one looks at him as like, so can we go? And he goes, no, I'm the leader now.
In form of succession.
Sorry, that's really funny to me, and I don't know why.
I'm so glad. And as the original leader falls. Yes, okay. So, yes, you all watched as this guy said, I'm the leader now, when you took him down, Miix. And, you take 1 point of white damage from the butterflies. You do not get to reuse the coin because it has to target the same foe. And the foe is currently, defeated. So there is no one that you can target with that. And we go back up to the top of the initiative, where Nia is going to target whichever one of you has the least health at the moment, which I believe is Prior currently.
Old man cannot win.
The old man cannot win. As Nia does a little twirl, points at you, Prior, and says, "Don't worry, Mr. Prior, you can't fall here." And you can heal either HP or sanity, as I know you are missing both.
I'm gonna heal HP, please.
Absolutely, you can heal that point of health. You'll get him next time.
Somehow that hurts more than the injury.
And don't worry, we saw your redeem, Toa, as the settlement comes on in, and the new one who's just declared themselves, the Raider leader, takes 2 points of damage. They've got 1 health left as one of the settlement people come in and jab at them. And this guy looks like he's on his last legs. As we go to you, Merru.
Yes. Okay. Now, am I able to, if I wanted to go like right here, is this allowed?
You can do that.
Run it.
Yes, you would be
Okay,
able to hit both of them.
Awesome. So listen, Merru heard someone else call themselves a leader, and he wants to go for them, but you know, let's see, once again, because I can.
Oh.
I can. More desperation. Challenge 5?
Yep, it would be, both of them are challenge 5.
Yeah. Alright.
Oh, did we crash again?
I think we did.
Not for me,
I
no.
don't think so. No, we're
Okay, that's good, that's good.
We're chill.
Alright, let me roll.
That is...
Wait! Hold on! Hold on, this could be the one!
It could!
No! It's not the one! It's fine! It's fine! I get it. Does that... I know the Raider leader just got hit. Do they get taken down?
Oh yeah, this takes the Raider leader down. They had 1 health left. This guy was on his last
Oh.
legs.
Oh, perfect.
The tired Raider has not been hit, however. So even
That's
though you
fine.
do,
That's fine. Merru took down one of them, which is like fine.
yes, even though
Yeah.
you do 9 damage to him, he's
It's okay.
still standing with 1 health
Damn.
left.
As that happens, Prior looks as the one leader drops. The other one declares himself the leader and drops. Prior looks at the Raider who tried to hit him and he tried to hit. And Prior, you know what? This is not a grapple attack. Prior walks up, puts a hand on both of this man's shoulders and says, "You have a very important decision to make right now, my good man." May I roll an intimidation check?
You may roll an intimidation check. You can add your middle. You can add your broken
you.
finger.
I'm gonna spend my last sin point on this. This is important to Prior. Is he's giving this man a choice. Nah, I'm spending sanity too. I know. Listen, it's about sending a message. 7 successes.
7 successes. This man looks at you. This man looks around at all of you gathered, at what Kai, Merru, and Miix have done to these people, and what Merru and Miix did to the last 2 proclaimed leaders. He looks at the girl fixer twirling about, who is unnerving him, and he looks back to you, Prior, and he turns to run.
Good man, good choice.
He turns to just book it out of there. He wants nothing to do with any of you. He regrets this.
That's so funny. I think Merru watches him go and he like clicks his tongue a little and lowers Magic Bull and goes, well, I guess you can't be a leader of a one-man group.
Oh, my head. And he grabs the back of his skull and pulls his hand away, and there's just blood on his fingers, and he goes, it's fine, it'll patch itself up. Well, shit, the camp's under attack. Let's go. Everyone, this way, move out.
And as you start to panic, you see Sebastian, the D Corp resident, and Clove walking back towards you all as they say, no, it's okay. We've pretty much got things under control. No one and the rest of us have chased everyone off. So it looks like everything's been handled. Noah's got things under control here. And the fixer who joined you all just kind of spins around and says, I'm happy to have been of assistance to all of you, but now I shall take my leave and be a hero elsewhere.
Best of luck. Prior turns back and goes, we really do need to figure out at some point why all these fixers keep appearing. And he will, rubbing the bloody spot on the back of his head, he'll nod at Miix awkwardly as he walks by them. And we'll debrief after.
Right.
All right. We don't have many hours left until it gets late. Let's do our best to fortify what we can. We have to lock in.
Absolutely. And you're all able to return to the settlement. At this point of the night, it looks like most of the people, especially after the fighting, have gone to patch themselves up or have gone to rest.
All right.
Can I start making preparations to leave?
Yeah. Prior actually doesn't contest Miix this time. He turns over his shoulders and goes, agreed, actually. We might bring more trouble to this place now. It's probably best that we pack up and make our way out as soon as we can. I do want to check in with Noah first. Make sure they're doing all right.
Make it quick.
Well, I wasn't planning on making it slow. Prior does look and hope he finds Noah in one piece.
You're able to find her with no trouble. She's tending to a bunch of the wounded as she turns and she says, "Oh, Prior. Sorry that our feast here got interrupted by those guys, but it looks like you all were able to hold your own, and if you need any patching up, we can..."
That's supposed to be our offer to you normally, but I think it's best that we make ourselves scarce. I hate to think that we brought trouble to this place by being an easy target. We'll be out of your hair relatively shortly, but I hate to say I was right about the defenses of this place, but they seem to have held in relatively well enough.
Yeah, I'm hoping your improvement suggestions will help us avoid this in the future, and don't put that burden on yourselves. They're usually not so bold as to try to attack us right in our home, but they've done this before. And they'll do it again, and we'll just keep holding them back.
Have you ever considered... Noah, I've never been a soldier, but I have seen more conflicts than most. He lowers his voice and says, "You're a lot stronger than you're letting on, and I can tell that. Fact of the matter is, you don't even have a scratch on you. And those raiders, they had augments. They had tactics. You're probably strong enough to conquer this whole area, if you wanted to. Why are you keeping your reach so small?"
She looks at you, Prior, and there is a almost tired look in her eyes when she opens them and says, "I don't have a desire to go out and conquer, to have more than what we need here. I just want to keep this place safe and running for those like me who are looking for somewhere safe to retreat. And people come and go here. I think about a week ago, one of them managed to make it up into the nest somehow. I want better for them here. But I know most of us are stuck in this place, and if I can make it a little less awful, that's what I'm trying to do."
I suppose that does make us kindred souls. And as Prior looks his own eyes into hers, the tiredness in his is very different. It is a wariness, but there's still a fire burning deep inside of them. Protection can only come from security, and security can only be won through an elimination of the threats that oppose you. I won't try and convince you of your own path. You've picked your way. There is nothing wrong with being comfortable with something being good enough. But you could do so much more. Either way, I'm not one to tell you how to live your life and how to run your community. You've done well by these people, and I am but a visitor. Conquest didn't end well for me either, so... Either way, we will be out of your head, and before we leave, we were going to try and find Lily, but I suppose I could ask you as well. Have you heard anything about the L Corp facility? We've heard colloquially there's an area where monsters are seen. Know anything about it?
I haven't been in any of the L Corp facilities myself, but I know of L Corp from the Smoke War. I know around where the location is. You mentioned Lily, and she can probably lead you there if you're looking for the place itself.
We are. We believe it has valuable supplies that we need. For your assistance, I'm sure we can find a trade. I mean, there's a lot of technology in there. Actually, technology that could help you shore up your defenses here in your home. If we're able to get what we want, we might be able to help you get out some useful and safe pieces of supplies, metal, things that could really help this place thrive, and then bury the place so that nothing dangerous escapes behind us.
That would be appreciated. For some supplies, yeah, we could totally lead you there and get you there. That said, it might be in all our best interests to wait out the night before you head out there and before we be sending any of our people out there.
All right, then. A deal's a deal.
She holds out her hand.
Prior shakes with his left. And as he does, he nods his head twice and goes, "See you in the morning."
We'll see you then.
Prior will return to everyone else and deliver the news to them. Very, very briefly summarizing their conversation with all right, good news. They'll lead us right to the front doors of the facility. Bad news is we're close enough to sweeper time that it's best that we just shelter here overnight and leave first thing in the morning. They can guide us right to the front door, and it'll be a lot faster than us searching for the facility ourselves.
Let's get some sleep.
Couldn't agree more. Prior will open the door to the RV, step inside, take his sword off his back, hang it up on its regular location, and flop himself on one of the back bunks.
Absolutely. And as you flop down and all of you can settle back in the RV for the night, I think this is a great place to call our session to a close. If anyone has any final thoughts.
Does anybody else? Or...
No, I'm all good.
All right.
I think Miix is just thinks about everything that's been happening and everything that will happen. Just staring at what's above them as they're laid down in their bunk, not sure what to do.
Absolutely. And as you all settle in for the night, thank you all so much for coming on out.